Homily 78, Part 2, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 78, Part 2, Matthew 25:34 through 26:5. But while the brutes have from nature their unfruitfulness and fruitfulness, these have it from choice, wherefore some are punished, and the others crowned. And he doth not punish them until he hath pleaded with them. Wherefore also, when he hath put them in their place, he mentions the charges against them. And they speak with meekness, but they have no advantage from it now, and very reasonably, because they passed by a work so much to be desired. For indeed the prophets are everywhere saying this, I will have mercy and not sacrifice. And the lawgiver by all means urged them to this, both by words and by works, and nature herself taught it. But mark them, how they are destitute not of one or two things only, but of all. For not only did they fail to feed the hungry, or clothe the naked, but not even did they visit the sick, which was an easier thing. And mark how easy are his injunctions. He said not, I was in prison, and ye set me free. I was sick, and ye raised me up again, but ye visited me, and ye came unto me. And neither in hunger is the thing commanded grievous. For no costly table did he seek, but what is needful only, and his necessary food, and he sought in a suppliant's garb, so that all things were enough to bring punishment on them. The easiness of the request, for it was bread, the pitiable character of him that requesteth, for he was poor, the sympathy of nature, for he was a man, the desirableness of the promise, for he promised a kingdom, the fearfulness of the punishment, for he threatened hell, the dignity of the one receiving, for it was God, who was receiving by the poor, the surpassing nature of the honor, that he vouchsafed to condescend so far, his just claim for what they bestowed, for of his own was he receiving. But against all these things covetousness once for all blinded them that were seized by it, and this though so great a threat was set against it. For further back also he saith, that they who receive not such as these shall suffer more grievous things than Sodom. And here he saith, Inasmuch as ye did it not unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye did it not unto me. What sayest thou? Are they thy brethren? And how dost thou call them least? Why, for this reason they are brethren, because they are lowly, because they are poor, because they are outcast. For such doth he most invite to brotherhood, the unknown, the contemptible, not meaning by these the monks only, and them that have occupied the mountains, but every believer. Though he be a secular person, yet if he be hungry and famishing, and naked, and a stranger, his will is he should have the benefit of all this care. For baptism renders a man a brother, and the partaking of the divine mysteries. Then, in order that thou mayest see in another way also the justice of the sentence, he first praises them that have done right, and saith, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you before the foundation of the world. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat, and all that follows. For that they may not say, We had it not, he condemns them by their fellow servants, like as the virgins by the virgins, and the servant that was drunken and gluttonous by the faithful servant, and him that buried his talent by them that brought the two, and each one of them that continued in sin by them that have done right. And this comparison is sometimes made in the case of an equal, as here, and in the instance of the virgins, sometimes of him that hath advantage, as when he said, The men of Nineveh shall rise up, and shall condemn this generation, because they believed at the preaching of Jonas, and behold, a greater than Jonas is here, and The queen of the south shall condemn this generation, because she came to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And of an equal again, they shall be your judges, and again of one at advantage. Know ye not that we shall judge angels, how much more things that pertain to this life? And here, however, it is of an equal, for he compares rich with rich, and poor with poor. And not in this way only doth he show the sentence justly passed, by their fellow servants having done what was right when in the same circumstances, but also by their not being obedient so much as in these things in which poverty was no hindrance, as, for instance, in giving drink to the thirsty, in looking upon him that is in bonds, in visiting the sick. And when he had commended them that had done right, he shows how great was originally his bond of love towards them. For come, saith he, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. To how many good things is this same equivalent? To be blessed, and blessed of the Father. And wherefore were they counted worthy of such great honours? What is the cause? I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink, and what follows. Of what honour, of what blessedness are these words? And he said not, take, but inherit, as one's own, as your father's, as yours, as due to you from the first. For before you were, saith he, these things had been prepared, and made ready for you, forasmuch as I knew you would be such as you are. And in return for what do they receive such things? For the covering of a roof, for a garment, for bread, for cold water, for visiting, for going into the prison. For indeed in every case it is for what is needed, and sometimes not even for that. For surely, as I have said, the sick and he that is in bonds seeks not for this only, but the one to be loosed, the other to be delivered from his infirmity. But he, being gracious, requires only what is within our power, or rather even less than what is within our power, leaving to us to exert our generosity in doing more. But to the others he saith, Depart from me, ye cursed, no longer of the Father, for not he laid the curse upon them, but their own works, into the everlasting fire, prepared, not for you, but for the devil and his angels. For concerning the kingdom indeed, when he had said, Come, inherit the kingdom, he added, prepared for you before the foundation of the world. But concerning the fire, no longer so, but prepared for the devil. I, saith he, prepared the kingdom for you, but the fire no more for you, but for the devil and his angels. But since ye cast yourselves therein, impute it to yourselves. And not in this way only, but by what follows also, like as though he were excusing himself to them, he sets forth the causes. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me no meat. For though he that came to thee had been thine enemy, were not his sufferings enough to have overcome and subdued even the merciless? Hunger and cold and bonds and nakedness and sickness, and to wander everywhere houseless. These things are sufficient even to destroy enmity. But ye did not these things even to a friend, being at once friend and benefactor and Lord. Though it be a dog we see hungry, often we are overcome. And though we behold a wild beast, we are subdued. But seeing the Lord, art thou not subdued? And wherein are these things worthy of defense? For if it were this only, were it not sufficient for a recompense? I speak not of hearing such a voice, in the presence of the world, from him that sitteth on the Father's throne, and of obtaining the kingdom. But were not the very doing it sufficient for a reward? But now, even in the presence of the world, and at the appearing of that unspeakable glory, he proclaims and crowns thee, and acknowledges thee as his sustainer and host, and is not ashamed of saying such things, that he may make the crown brighter for thee. So for this cause, while the one are punished justly, the others are crowned by grace. For though they had done 10,000 things, the munificence were of grace, that in return for services so small and cheap, such a heaven, and a kingdom, and so great honor, should be given them. And it came to pass, when Jesus had finished these sayings, he said unto his disciples, Ye know that after 2 days is the Passover, and the Son of Man is betrayed to be crucified. In good season again doth he speak of the passion, when he had reminded them of the kingdom, and of the recompense there, and of the deathless punishment, as though he had said, Why are ye afraid at the dangers that are for a season, when such good things await you? But mark thou, I pray thee, how he hath in all his first sayings after a new manner worked up and thrown into the shade what was most painful to them. For he said not, Ye know that after 2 days I am betrayed, but, Ye know that after 2 days is the Passover, to show that what is done is a mystery, and that a feast and celebration is being kept for the salvation of the world, and that with foreknowledge he suffered all. So then, as though this were sufficient consolation for them, he did not even say anything to them now about a resurrection, for it was superfluous, and having discoursed so much about it, to speak of it again. And moreover, as I said, he shows that even his very passion is a deliverance from countless evils, having by the Passover reminded them of the ancient benefits in Egypt. Then were assembled together the chief priests and the scribes and the elders of the people in the palace of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas, and consulted that they might take Jesus by subtlety and kill him. But they said, Not on the feast day, lest there be an uproar among the people. Seest thou the unspeakable corruption of the Jewish state? Attempting unlawful acts, they come to the high priest, desiring to obtain their authority from that quarter, whence they ought to have found hindrance. And how many high priests were there? For the law wills there should be one, but then there were many. Whence it is manifest that the Jewish constitution had begun to dissolve. For Moses, as I said, commanded there should be one, and that when he was dead there should be another, and by the life of this person he measured the banishment of them that had involuntarily committed manslaughter. How then were there at that time many high priests? They were afterwards made for a year, and this the evangelist declared when he was speaking of Zacharias, saying that he was of the course of Abiah. Those therefore doth he here call high priest, who had been high priest. What did they consult together? That they might seize him secretly, or that they might put him to death? Both, for they feared the people. Wherefore also they waited for the feast to be past, for they said, Not on the feast day. For the devil, lest he should make the passion conspicuous, was not willing it should take place at the Passover, but they, lest there should be an uproar. Mark them then ever fearing, not the ills from God, neither lest any greater pollution should arise to them from the season, but in every case the ills from men. Yet for all this, boiling with anger, they changed their purpose again. For though they had said, Not at the feast time, when they found the traitor, they waited not for the time, but slew him at the feast. But why did they take him then? They were boiling with rage, as I said, and they expected then to find him, and all things they did as blinded. For though he himself made the greatest use of their wickedness for his own dispensation, they were not surely for this guiltless, but deserving of inflictions without number for their temper of mind. At least, when all should be set free, even the guilty, then these men slew the guiltless, him that had conferred on them countless benefits, and who for a time had neglected the Gentiles for their sake. But, O loving kindness, them that were thus depraved, them that were thus froward and full of countless evils, he again saves, and sends the apostles to be slain in their behalf, and by the apostles makes entreaty, for we are ambassadors for Christ. Having then such patterns as these, I say not, let us die for our enemies, for we ought to do even this. But since we are too feeble for this, I say for the present, at least let us not look with an evil eye upon our friends. Let us not envy our benefactors. I say not for the present, let us do good to them that evil entreat us, for I desire even this. But since you are too gross for this, at least avenge not yourselves. What is our condition? A scene, an acting. Wherefore can it be that ye set yourselves directly against the acts enjoined? It is not for naught that all else hath been written, and how many things he did at the very cross sufficient to recall them to him. But that thou mightest imitate his goodness, that thou mightest emulate his loving kindness. For indeed he cast them to the ground, and restored the servant's ear, and discoursed with forbearance. And great miracles did he show forth when lifted up, turning aside the sunbeams, bursting the rocks, raising the dead, frightening by dreams the wife of him that was judging him, at the very judgment showing forth all meekness, which was of power not less than miracles to gain them over, forewarning them of countless things in the judgment hall, on the very cross crying aloud, Father, forgive them their sin. And when buried, how many things did he show forth for their salvation? And having risen again, did he not straightway call the Jews? Did he not give them remission of sins? Did he not set before them countless blessings? What can be more strange than this? They that crucified him and were breathing murder, after they crucified him, became sons of God. What can be equal to this tenderness? On hearing these things, let us hide our faces, to think that we are so far removed from him whom we are commanded to imitate. Let us at least see how great the distance, that we may at any rate condemn ourselves, for warring with these, in behalf of whom Christ gave his life, and not being willing to be reconciled to them, whom that he might reconcile, he refused not even to be slain. Unless this too be some expense, an outlay of money, which ye object in almsgiving. Consider of how many things thou art guilty, and so far from being backward to forgive them that have injured thee, thou wilt even run into them that have grieved thee, in order that thou mayest have a ground for pardon, that thou mightest find a remedy for thine own evil deeds. The sons of the Greeks, who look for nothing great, have often shown self-command towards these. And thou who art to depart hence with such hopes, shrinkest, and art slow to act. And that which time effects, this thou endurest not to do before the time for God's law, but willest this passion to be quenched without reward, rather than for a reward. For neither, if this should have arisen from the time, wilt thou have any advantage, but rather great will be the punishment, because what time hath effected, this the law of God persuaded thee not to do. But if thou sayest that thou burnest with the memory of the insult, call to mind if any good hath been done thee by him that hath offended thee, and how many ills thou hast occasioned to others. Hath he spoken ill of thee, and disgraced thee? Consider also that thou hast spoken thus of others. How then wilt thou obtain pardon, which thou bestowest not on others? But hast thou spoken ill of no one? But thou hast heard men so speaking, and allowed it. Neither is this guiltless. Wilt thou learn how good a thing it is not to remember injuries, and how this more than anything pleases God? Them that exult over persons, justly chastised by himself, he punishes. and yet they are justly chastised. But thou shouldest not rejoice over them. So the prophet, having brought many accusations, added this also, saying, They felt nothing for the affliction of Joseph. And again, she that inhabiteth Anan came not forth to lament for the place near her. And yet both Joseph, that is, the tribes that were sprung from him, and the neighbours of these others were punished according to the purpose of God. Nevertheless, it is His will that we sympathize even with these. For if we, being evil, when we are punishing a servant, if we should see one of his fellow slaves laughing, we at the same time are provoked the more, and turn our anger against him. Much more will God punish them that exult over those whom He chastises. But if upon them that are chastised by God it is not right to trample, but to grieve with them, much more with them that have sinned against us. For this is love's sign. Love God prefers to all things. For as in the royal purple, those are precious amongst the flowers and dyes, which make up this robing, so here too these virtues are the precious ones, which preserve love. But nothing maintains love so much as the not remembering them that have sinned against us. Why? Did not God guard the other side also? Why? Did He not drive him that hath done the wrong to him that is wronged? Doth He not send him from the altar to the other, and so after the reconciliation invite him to the table? But do not therefore wait for the other to come, since thus thou hast lost all. For to this intent, most especially, doth He appoint unto thee an unspeakable reward, that thou mayest prevent the other, since, if thou art reconciled by his entreaties, the amity is no longer the result of the divine command, but of the other party's diligence. Wherefore also thou goest away uncrowned, while he receives the rewards. What sayest thou? Hast thou an enemy, and art thou not ashamed? Why is not the devil enough for us, that we bring upon ourselves those of our own race also? Would that not even he had been minded to war against us. Would that not even he were a devil. Knowest thou not how great the pleasure after reconciliation? For what, though in our enmity it appear not great? For that it is sweeter to love him that hath done us wrong than to hate him. After the enmity is done away, thou shalt be able to learn full well. Why then do we imitate the mad, devouring one another, warring against our own flesh? Hear even under the Old Testament how great regard there was for this. The ways of revengeful men are unto death. One man keepeth anger against another, and doth he seek healing of God? And yet he allowed, eye for eye, and tooth for tooth, how then doth he find fault? Because he allowed even those things, not that we should do them one to another, but that through the fear of suffering we might abstain from the commission of crime. And besides, those acts are the fruits of a short-lived anger. But to remember injuries is the part of a soul that practices itself in evil. But hast thou suffered evil? Yet nothing so great as thou wilt do to thyself by remembering injuries. And besides, it is not so much as possible for a good man to suffer any evil. For suppose there to be any man, having both children and a wife, and let him practice virtue, and let him have moreover many occasions of being injured, as well as abundance of possessions, a sovereign power, and many friends, and let him enjoy honour, only let him practice virtue, for this must be added, and let us in supposition lay plagues upon him. And let some wicked man come unto him, and involve him in losses. What then is that to him who accounts money nothing? Let him kill his children. What is this to him who learns to be wise touching the resurrection? Let him slay his wife. What is this to him who is instructed not to sorrow for them that are fallen asleep? let him cast him into dishonour. What this to him who accounts the things present, the flowers of the grass? If thou wilt, let him also torture his body, and cast him into prison. What this to him that hath learnt? Though our outward man perish, yet the inward man is renewed. And that tribulation worketh approval. Now I had undertaken that he should receive no harm, but the account as it proceeded hath shown that he is even advantaged, being renewed, and becoming approved. Let us not then vex ourselves with others, injuring ourselves, and rendering our soul weak. For the vexation is not so much from our neighbour's wickedness, as from our weakness. Because of this, should any one insult us, we weep and frown. Should any one rob us, we suffer the same like those little children, which the more clever of their companions provoke for nothing, grieving them for small causes. But nevertheless these two, if they should see them vexed, continue to tease them, but if laughing, they on the contrary leave off. But we are more foolish even than these, lamenting for these things, about which we ought to laugh. Wherefore I entreat, let us let go this childish mind, and lay hold of heaven. For indeed, Christ willeth us to be men, perfect men. On this wise did Paul also command, Brethren, be not children in understanding. He saith, Howbeit in malice be ye children. Let us therefore be children in malice, and flee wickedness, and lay hold on virtue, that we may attain also to the good things eternal, by the grace and love towards men of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 78. Homily 80. Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom. Translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 80. Matthew 26, 6 through 16. Now when Jesus was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head, as he sat at meat. This woman seems indeed to be one and the same with all the evangelists, yet she is not so. But though with the three she doth seem to me to be one and the same, yet not so with John, but another person, one much to be admired, the sister of Lazarus. But not without purpose did the evangelist mention the leprosy of Simon, but in order that he might show whence the woman took confidence, and came unto him. For inasmuch as the leprosy seemed a most unclean disease, and to be abhorred, and yet she saw Jesus had both healed the man, for else he would not have chosen to have tarried with a leper, and had gone into his house, she grew confident, that he would also easily wipe off the uncleanness of her soul. And not for naught doth he name the city also, Bethany, but that thou mightest learn that of his own will he cometh to his passion. For he who before this was fleeing through the midst of them, then at the time when their envy was most kindled, comes near within about 15 furlongs, so completely was his former withdrawing himself a part of a dispensation. The woman therefore having seen him, and having taken confidence from thence, came unto him. For if she that had the issue of blood, although conscious to herself of nothing like this, yet because of that natural seeming uncleanness, approached him trembling and in fear, much more was it likely this woman should be slow and shrink back because of her evil conscience. Wherefore also it is after many women, the Samaritan, the Canaanite, her that had the issue of blood, and others besides, that she cometh unto him, being conscious to herself of much impurity, and then not publicly, but in a house. And whereas all the others were coming unto him for the healing of the body alone, she came unto him by way of honour only, and for the amendment of the soul, for neither was she at all afflicted in body, so that for this most especially one might marvel at her. And not as to a mere man did she come unto him, for then she would not have wiped his feet with her hair, but as to one greater than man can be. Therefore that which is the most honourable member of the whole body, this she laid at Christ's feet, even her own head. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, such are the words, saying, To what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much, and given to the poor. But when Jesus understood it, he said, Why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this, that this woman hath done, be told for a memorial of her. And whence had they this thought? They used to hear their master saying, I will have mercy, and not sacrifice. And blaming the Jews, because they omitted the weightier matters, judgment and mercy and faith, and discoursing much on the mount concerning almsgiving. And from these things they inferred with themselves, and reasoned, that if he accepts not whole burnt offerings, neither the ancient worship, much more will he not accept the anointing of oil. But though they thus thought, he knowing her intention suffers her. For indeed great was her reverence, and unspeakable her zeal. Wherefore of this exceeding condescension he permitted the oil to be poured even on his head. For if he refused not to become man, and to be born in the womb, and to be fed at the breast, why marvellest thou, if he doth not utterly reject this? For like as the Father suffered a savour of meat, and smoke, even so did he the harlot, accepting, as I have already said, her intention. For Jacob too anointed a pillar to God, and oil was offered in the sacrifices, and the priests were anointed with ointment. But the disciples, not knowing her purpose, found fault unseasonably, and by the things they laid to her charge, they showed the woman's munificence. For saying that it might have been sold for 300 pence, they showed how much this woman had spent on the ointment, and how great generosity she had manifested. Wherefore he also rebuked them, saying, Why trouble ye the woman? And he adds a reason, as it was his will again to put them in mind of his passion. For she did it, he said, for my burial. And another reason, For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. And, wheresoever the gospel shall be preached, that shall be told also which this woman hath done. Seest thou again, he declares beforehand the going forth unto the Gentiles, in this way also consoling them for his death, if after the cross his power was so to shine forth, that the gospel should be spread abroad in every part of the earth. Who then is so wretched as to set his face against so much truth? For lo, what he said is come to pass, and to whatever part of the earth thou mayest go, thou wilt see her celebrated. And yet neither was the person that did it distinguished, nor had what was done many witnesses. Neither was it in a theatre, but in a house that it took place, and this a house of some leper, the disciples only being present. Who then proclaimed it, and caused it to be spread abroad? It was the power of him who is speaking these words. And while of countless kings and generals the noble exploits, even of those whose memorials remain, have sunk into silence, and having overthrown cities and encompassed them with walls, and set up trophies, and enslaved many nations, they are not known so much as by hearsay, nor by name, though they have both set up statues, and established laws. Yet that a woman who was a harlot poured out oil in the house of some leper, in the presence of 10 men, this all men celebrate throughout the world, and so great a time is past, and yet the memory of that which was done hath not faded away, but alike Persians and Indians, Scythians and Thracians and Samaritans, and the race of the Moors, and they that dwell in the British Islands, spread abroad that which was done secretly in a house by a woman that had been a harlot. Great is the loving kindness of the Lord. He endured an harlot kissing his feet, and moistening them with oil, and wiping them with her hair. And he receives her, and reproves them that blame her. For neither was it right that for so much zeal the woman should be driven to despair. But mark thou this too, how far they were now raised up above the world, and forward in almsgiving. And why was it he did not merely say, She hath wrought a good work, but before this, Why trouble ye the woman? That they might learn not at the beginning to require too high principles of the weaker sort. Therefore neither doth he examine the act merely itself by itself, but taking into account the person of the woman. And indeed, if he had been making a law, he would not have brought in the woman, but that thou mightest learn that for her sake these things were said, that they might not mar her budding faith, but rather cherish it. Therefore he saith it, teaching us whatever good thing may be done by any man, though it be not quite perfect, to receive it, and encourage it, and advance it, and not to seek all perfection at the beginning. For that at least he himself would rather have desired this is manifest from the fact that he required a bag to be borne, who had not where to lay his head. But then the time demanded not this, that he should correct the deed, but that he should accept it only. For even as, if any one asked him, without the woman's having done it, he would not have approved this, so after she had done it, he looks to one thing only, that she be not driven to perplexity by the reproof of the disciples, but that she should go from his care, having been made more cheerful and better. For indeed after the oil had been poured out, their rebuke had no seasonableness. Do thou then likewise, if thou shouldest see any one provide sacred vessels and offer them, and loving to labour upon any other ornament of the church, about its walls or floor, do not command what has been made to be sold or overthrown, lest thou spoil his zeal. But if, before he had provided them, he were to tell thee of it, command it to be given to the poor, forasmuch as he also did this not to spoil the spirit of the woman, and as many things as he says, he speaks for her comfort. Then, because he had said, She hath done it for my burial, that it might not seem to perplex the woman, by making mention of such a thing as this, his burial and death I mean, see how by that which follows he recovers her, saying, What she hath done shall be spoken of in the whole world. And this was at once consolation to his disciples, and comfort and praise to her. For all men, he saith, shall celebrate her hereafter. And now too hath she announced beforehand my passion, by bringing unto me what was needed for a funeral. Let not therefore any man reprove her. For I am so far from condemning her as having done amiss, or from blaming her as having not acted rightly, that I will not suffer what hath been done to lie hid, but the world shall know that which has been done in a house, and in secret. For in truth the deed came of a reverential mind, and fervent faith, and a contrite soul. And wherefore did he promise the woman nothing spiritual, but the perpetual memory? From this he is causing her to feel a confidence about the other things also. For if she hath wrought a good work, it is quite evident she shall receive a due reward. Then went one of the 12, he that was called Judas Iscariot, unto the chief priests, and said unto them, What will ye give me, and I will deliver him unto you? Then, when these things were spoken, when he had said, It is for my burial, and not even thereby was he moved to compunction, neither when he heard that the gospel should be preached everywhere did he fear, and yet it was the language of unspeakable power. But when women showed so much honor, and women that had been harlots, then he wrought the devil's work. But what can be the reason they mention his surname? Because there was also another Judas. And they do not shrink from saying he was one of the 12, so entirely do they hide none of those things which seem to be matters of reproach. And yet they might have said merely this, that he was one of the disciples, for there were others besides. But now they add, of the 12, as though they had said, of the first company of those selected as the best, of them with Peter and John, because for one thing did they care, for truth alone, not for concealing what things were done. For this cause many of the signs they pass by, but of the things that appear to be matters of reproach they conceal nothing. But though it be word, though it be deed, though it be what you will of this kind, they proclaim it with confidence. And not these only, but even John himself, who utters the higher doctrines. For he most of all tells us of the affronts and the reproachful things that were done unto him. And see how great is the wickedness of Judas, and that he comes unto them of his own accord, and that he does this for money, and for such a sum of money. But Luke saith, that he conferred with the chief captains. For after that the Jews became seditious, the Romans set over them those that should provide for their good order, for their government had now undergone a change according to the prophecy. To these then he went and said, What will ye give me, and I will deliver him unto you? And they covenanted with him for 30 pieces of silver, and from that time he sought opportunity to betray him. For indeed he was afraid of the multitude, and desired to seize him alone. O madness! How did covetousness altogether blind him? For he that had often seen him when he went through the midst, and was not seized, and when he afforded many demonstrations of his Godhead and power, looked to lay hold on him, and this while he was using like a charm for him so many, both awful and soothing words, to put an end to this evil thought. For not even at the supper did he forbear from this care of him, but unto the last day discoursed to him of these things, but he profited nothing. Yet not for that did the Lord cease to do his part. Knowing this, then, let us also not intermit to do all things unto them that sin and are remiss, warning, teaching, exhorting, admonishing, advising, though we profit nothing. For Christ indeed foreknew that the traitor was incorrigible, yet nevertheless he ceased not to supply what could be done by himself, as well admonishing as threatening and bewailing over him, and nowhere plainly nor openly, but in a concealed way. And at the very time of the betrayal he allowed him even to kiss him, but this benefited him nothing. So great an evil is covetousness. This made him both a traitor and a sacrilegious robber. Hearken, all ye covetous, ye that have the disease of Judas. Hearken, and beware of the calamity. For if he that was with Christ, and wrought signs, and had the benefit of so much instruction, because he was not freed from the disease, was sunk into such a gulf, how much more shall ye, who do not so much as listen to the Scripture, who are constantly riveted to the things present, become an easy prey to this calamity, unless ye have the advantage of constant care? Every day was that man with him, who had not where to lay his head, and every day was he instructed by deeds and by words not to have gold, nor silver, nor 2 coats, and yet he was not taught self-restraint. And how dost thou expect to escape the disease, if thou hast not the benefit of earnest attention, and dost not use much diligence? For terrible, terrible is the monster, yet nevertheless, if thou be willing, thou wilt easily get the better of him. For the desire is not natural, and this is manifest from them that are free from it. For natural things are common to all, but this desire has its origin from remissness alone. Hence it takes its birth, hence it derives its increase. And when it has seized upon those who look greedily after it, it makes them live contrary to nature. For when they regard not their fellow countrymen, their friends, their brethren, in a word all men, and with these even themselves, this is to live against nature. Whence it is evident that the vice and disease of covetousness, wherein Judas, being entangled, became a traitor, is contrary to nature. And how did he become such a one, you may say, having been called by Christ? Because God's call is not compulsory, neither does it force the will of them who are not minded to choose virtue, but admonishes indeed, and advises, and does and manages all things, so as to persuade men to become good. But if some endure not, it does not compel. But if thou wouldst learn from what cause he became such as he was, thou wilt find him to have been ruined by covetousness. And how was he taken by this calamity, one may say? Because he grew remiss. For hence arises such changes, as on the other hand, those for the better from diligence. How many, for instance, that were violent, are now more gentle than lambs? How many lascivious persons have become afterwards continent? How many, heretofore covetous, yet now have cast away even their own possessions? And the contrary again has been the result of remissness. For Gehazi also lived with a holy man, and he too became depraved from the disease. For this calamity is the most grievous of all. Hence come robbers of tombs, hence menslayers, hence wars and fightings, and whatsoever evil thou mayest mention, it cometh hence. And in every respect is such a one useless, whether it be requisite to lead an army or to guide a people, or rather not in public matters only, but also in private. If he is to marry a wife, he will not take the virtuous woman, but the vilest of all. If he have to buy a house, not that which becomes a free man, but what can bring much rent. If he is to buy slaves, or what else it may be, he will take the worst. And why do I speak of leading an army, and guiding a people, and managing households? For should he be a king, he is the most wretched of all men, and a pest to the world, and the poorest of all men. For he will feel like one of the common sort, not accounting all men's possessions to be his, but himself to be one of all, and when spoiling all men's goods, thinks himself to have less than any. For measuring the things present by his desire for those whereof he is not yet possessed, he will account the former nothing compared to the latter. Wherefore also one saith, there is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. For such a one both setteth himself to sale, and goeth about, a common enemy of the world, grieving that the earth doth not bear gold instead of the corn, and the fountains instead of streams, and the mountains instead of stone. Vexed at the fruitfulness of the seasons, troubled at common benefits, shunning every means whence one cannot obtain money, undergoing all things whence one can scrape together so much as 2 farthings, hating all men, the poor and the rich, the poor lest they should come and beg of him, the rich because he hath not their possessions. All men he accounts to be possessed of what is his, and as though he had been injured by all, so is he displeased with all. He knows not plenty, he has no experience of satiety. He is more wretched than any, even as, on the other hand, he that is freed from these things and practices self-restraint is the most enviable. For the virtuous man, though he be a servant, though a prisoner, is the most happy of all men. For no one shall do him ill, no, not though all men should come together out of the world, setting in motion arms and camps, and warring with him. But he that is depraved and vile, and such as we have described, though he be a king, though he have on 1,000 diadems, will suffer the utmost extremities, even from a common hand. So feeble is vice, so strong is virtue. Why then dost thou mourn, being in a state of poverty? Why wailest thou, keeping a feast? For indeed it is an occasion of feasting. Why weepest thou? For poverty is a festival, if thou be wise. Why lamentest thou, thou little child? For such a one we should call a little child. Did such a person strike thee? What is this? He made thee more able to endure. But did he take away thy money? He hath removed the greater part of thy burden. But hath he cut off thine honor? Again thou tellest me of another kind of freedom. Hear even those without, teaching wisdom touching these things, and saying, Thou hast suffered no ill, if thou show no regard to it. But hath he taken away that great house of thine, which hath enclosures about it? But behold, the whole earth is before thee, the public buildings, whether thou wouldest have them for delight or for use. And what is more pleasing, or more beautiful, than the firmament of heaven? How long are ye poor and needy? It is not possible for him to be rich, who is not wealthy in his soul, like as it is not possible for him to be poor, who hath not the poverty in his mind. For if the soul is a nobler thing than the body, the less noble parts have not power to affect it after themselves. But the noble part draws over unto herself, and changes those that are not so noble. For so the heart, when it has received any hurt, affects the whole body accordingly. If its temperament be disordered, it mars all. If it be rightly tempered, it profits all. And if any of the remaining parts should have become corrupt, while this remains sound, it easily shakes off what is evil in them also. And that I may further make what I say more plain, what is the use, I pray thee, of verdant branches when the root is withering? And what is the harm of the leaves being withered above, while this is sound? So also here there is no use of money, while the soul is poor, neither harm from poverty, when the soul is rich. And how can a soul, one may say, be rich, being in want of money? Then above all times might this be, for then also is it wont to be rich. For if, as we have often shown, this is a sure proof of being rich, to despise wealth, and to want nothing, and of poverty again, to want, and any one would more easily despise money in poverty than in wealth, it is quite evident that to be in poverty rather makes one to be rich. For indeed that the rich man sets his heart on money more than the poor man is surely plain to every one, like as the drunken man is thirsty, rather than he that hath partaken of drink sufficiently. For neither is his desire such as to be quenched by too much, but on the contrary, it is its nature to be inflamed by this. For fire likewise, when it has received more food, then most of all waxes fierce. And the tyranny of wealth, when thou hast cast it into more gold, then most especially is increased. If then the desiring more be a mark of poverty, and he that is in the possession of riches is like this, he is especially in poverty. Seest thou that the soul then most of all is poor, when it is rich, and then is rich, when it is in poverty? And if thou wilt, let us exercise our reasoning in persons also, and let there be two,
the one having 10,000 talents, the other 10, and from both let us take away these things. Who then will grieve the most? He that hath lost the 10,000. But he would not have grieved more unless he had loved it more. But if he loves more, he desires more. But if he desires more, he is more in poverty. For this do we most desire, of which we are most in want, for desire is from want. For where there is satiety, there cannot be desire, for then are we most thirsty, when we have most need of drink. And all these things have I said, to show that if we be vigilant, no one shall harm us, and that the harm arises not from poverty but from ourselves. Wherefore I beseech you with all diligence to put away the pest of covetousness, that we may both be wealthy here, and enjoy the good things eternal, unto which God grant we may all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 80.
Homily 81. Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 81. Matthew 26:17-25. Now the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying, Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover? And he said, Go into the city to such a man, and say unto him, The Master saith, My time is at hand, I will keep the Passover at thy house with my disciples. By the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, he means the day before that feast, for they are accustomed always to reckon the day from the evening, and he makes mention of this in which in the evening the Passover must be killed, for on the 5th day of the week they came unto him. And this one calls the day before the feast of unleavened bread, speaking of the time when they came to him, and another saith on this wise, Then came the day of unleavened bread, when the Passover must be killed. By the word came, meaning this, it was nigh, it was at the doors, making mention plainly of that evening. For they began with the evening, wherefore also each adds, when the Passover was killed. And they say, Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover? So even from this it is manifest that he had no house, no place of sojourning. And I suppose neither had they. For surely they would have entreated him to come there. But neither had they any, having now parted with all things. But wherefore did he keep the Passover? To indicate by all things unto the last day that he is not opposed to the law. And for what possible reason doth he send them to an unknown person? To show by this also that he might have avoided suffering. For he who prevailed over this man's mind, so that he received them, and that by words, what would he not have done with them that crucified him, if it had been his will not to suffer? And what he did about the ass, this he did here also. For thereto he saith, If any man say aught unto you, ye shall say, that the Lord hath need of them. And so likewise here, the Master saith, I will keep the Passover at thy house. But I marvel not at this only, that he received him, being unknown, but that expecting to bring upon himself such enmity and implacable hostility, he despised the enmity of the multitude. After this, because they knew him not, he gave them a sign, like as the prophet touching Saul, saying, Thou shalt find one going up and carrying a bottle, and here, carrying a pitcher. And see again the display of his power. For he did not only say, I will keep the Passover, but he adds another thing also, My time is at hand. And this he did, at once continually reminding his disciples of the Passion, so that exercised by the frequency of the prediction,
they should be prepared for what was to take place, and at the same time to show to themselves, and to him that was receiving him, and to all the Jews, which I have often mentioned, that not involuntarily doth he come to his passion. And he adds, with my disciples, in order that both the preparation should be sufficient, and that the man should not suppose that he was concealing himself. Now when the even was come, he sat down with the 12 disciples. O the shamelessness of Judas! For he too was present there, and came to partake both of the mysteries and of the meal, and is convicted at the very table, when although he had been a wild beast, he would have become tame. For this cause the evangelist also signifies, that while they are eating, Christ speaks of his betrayal, that both by the time and by the table he might show the wickedness of the traitor. For when the disciples had done, as Jesus had appointed them, when the even was come, he sat down with the 12, and as they did eat, he said, we are told, Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray me. And before the supper he had even washed his feet. And see how he spares the traitor. For he said not, such a one shall betray me, but one of you, so as again to give him power of repentance by concealment. And he chooseth to alarm all, for the sake of saving this man. Of you, the 12, saith he, that art everywhere present with me, whose feet I washed, to whom I promised so many things. Intolerable sorrow thereupon seized that holy company. And John indeed saith, they were in doubt, and looked one upon another, and each of them asked in fear concerning himself, although conscious to themselves of no such thing. But this evangelist saith, that, being exceeding sorrowful, they began every one of them to say unto him, Is it I, Lord? And he answered and said, He it is, to whom I shall give a sop, when I have dipped it. Mark at what time he discovered him. It was when it was his will to deliver the rest from this trouble, for they were even dead with fear, wherefore also they were instant with their questions. But not only as desiring to deliver them from their distress he did this, but also as willing to amend the traitor. For since after having often heard it generally, he continued incorrigible, being past feeling, he being minded to make him feel more, takes off his mask. For when being sorrowful they began to say, Is it I, Lord? He answered and said, He that dippeth with me in the dish, the same shall betray me. The Son of Man goeth, as it is written of him, but woe to the man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born. Now some say that he was so bold as not to honor his master, but to dip with him. But to me Christ seems to have done this too, to shame him the more, and bring him over to a better disposition, for this act again has something more in it. But these things we ought not to pass by at random, but they should be infixed in our minds, and wrath should find no place at any time. For who, bearing in mind that supper, and the traitor sitting at meat with the Saviour of all, and him who was to be betrayed thus meekly reasoning, would not put away all venom of wrath and anger? See at any rate how meekly he conducts himself towards him. The Son of Man goeth, as it is written of him. And these things again he said, both to restore the disciples, that they might not think the thing was a sign of weakness, and to amend the traitor. But woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born. See again in his rebukes his unspeakable meekness. For not even here with invective, but more in the way of compassion, doth he apply what he saith, but in a disguised way again. And yet not his former senselessness only, but his subsequent shamelessness was deserving of the utmost indignation. For after this conviction he saith, Is it I, Lord? O insensibility! He inquires, when conscious to himself of such things. For the evangelist too, marvelling at his boldness, saith this, What then saith the most mild and gentle Jesus? Thou sayest. And yet he might have said, O thou unholy, thou all unholy one, accursed and profane, so long a time in travail with mischief, who hast gone thy way, and made satanical compacts, and hast agreed to receive money, and hast been convicted by me too, dost thou yet dare to ask? But none of these things did he say. But how? Thou sayest, fixing for us bounds and rules of long suffering. But some one will say, Yet if it was written that he was to suffer these things, wherefore is Judas blamed? For he did the things that were written. But not with this intent, but from wickedness. For if thou inquire not concerning the motive, thou wilt deliver even the devil from the charges against him. But these things are not, they are not so. For both the one and the other are deserving of countless punishments, although the world was saved. For neither did the treason of Judas work out salvation for us, but the wisdom of Christ, and the good contrivance of his fair skill, using the wickednesses of others for our advantage. What then, one may say, though Judas had not betrayed him, would not another have betrayed him? And what has this to do with the question? Because if Christ must needs be crucified, it must be by the means of someone, and if by someone, surely by such a person as this. But if all had been good, the dispensation in our behalf had been impeded. Not so, for the All-Wise knows how he shall bring about our benefits, even had this happened. For his wisdom is rich in contrivance, and incomprehensible. So for this reason, that no one might suppose that Judas had become a minister of the dispensation, he declares the wretchedness of the man. But some will say again, And if it had been good if he had never been born, wherefore did he suffer both this man and all the wicked to come into the world? When thou oughtest to blame the wicked, for that having the power not to become such as they are, they have become wicked, thou leavest this, and busiest thyself, and art curious about the things of God, although knowing that it is not by necessity that any one is wicked. But the good only should be born, he would say, and there were no need of hell, nor punishment, nor vengeance, nor trace of vice, but the wicked should either not be born at all, or being born should straightway depart. First, then, it were well to repeat to thee the saying of the Apostle, Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, Why hast thou made me thus? But if thou still demandest reasons, we would say this, that the good are more admired for being among the bad, because their long-suffering and great self-command is then most shown. But thou takest away the occasion of their wrestlings and conflicts by saying these things. What then, in order that these may appear good, are others punished? Saith he. God forbid, but for their own wickedness. For neither because they were brought into the world did they become wicked, but on account of their own wickedness. Wherefore also they are punished. For how should they fail to be deserving of punishment, seeing they have so many teachers of virtue, and gain nothing therefrom? For like as the noble and good are worthy of double honor, because they both became good, and took no hurt from the wicked, so also the worthless deserve twofold punishment, both because they became wicked when they might have become good, they show it who have become such, and because they gain nothing from the good. But let us see what saith this wretched man, when convicted by his master. What then saith he? Is it I, Rabbi? And why did he not ask this from the beginning? He thought to escape knowledge by its being said, one of you. But when he had made him manifest, he ventured again to ask, confiding in the clemency of his master, that he would not convict him. O blindness! Whereunto hath it led him? Such is covetousness. It renders men fools and senseless, yea, reckless, and dogs instead of men, or rather even more fierce than dogs, and devils after being dogs. This man at least received unto him the devil, even when plotting against him. But Jesus, even when doing him good, he betrayed, having already become a devil in will. For such doth the insatiable desire of gain make men, out of their mind, frenzy-smitten, altogether given up to gain, as was the case even with Judas. But how do Matthew and the other evangelists say that, when he made the agreement touching the treason, then the devil seized him? But John, that after the sop Satan entered into him. And John himself knew this, for further back he saith, the devil having now put into the heart of Judas that he should betray him. How then doth he say, after the sop Satan entered into him? Because he enters not in suddenly, nor at once, but makes much trial first, which accordingly was done here also. For after having tried him in the beginning, and assailed him quietly, after that he saw him prepared to receive him, he thenceforth wholly breathed himself into him, and completely got the better of him. But how, if they were eating the Passover, did they eat it contrary to the law? For they should not have eaten it sitting down to their meat. What then can be said? That after eating it, they then sat down to the banquet. But another evangelist saith, that on that evening he not only ate the Passover, but also said, with desire I have desired to eat this Passover with you, that is, on that year. For what reason? Because then the salvation of the world was to be brought about, and the mysteries to be delivered, and the subjects of sorrow to be done away with by his death. So welcome was the cross to him. But nothing softened the savage monster, nor moved, nor shamed him. He pronounced him wretched, saying, Woe to that man! He alarmed him again, saying, It were good for him if he had not been born. He put him to shame, saying, To whom I shall give a sop, when I have dipped it. And none of these things checked him, but he was seized by covetousness, as by some madness, or rather by a more grievous disease, for indeed this is the more grievous madness. For what would the madman do like this? He poured not forth foam out of his mouth, but he poured forth the murder of his Lord. He distorted not his hands, but stretched them out for the price of precious blood. Wherefore his madness was greater, because he was mad, being in health. But he doth not utter, sayest thou, sounds without meaning. And what is more without meaning than this language? What will ye give me, and I will deliver him unto you? I will deliver, the devil spake by that mouth. But he did not smite the ground with his feet struggling. Nay, how much better so to struggle, than thus to stand upright? But sayest thou, he did not cut himself with stones. Yet how much better, than to do such things as these? Will ye that we bring forward the possessed and the covetous, and make a comparison between the two? But let no one account what is done a reproach to himself, for we do not reproach the nature, but we lament the act. The possessed was never clad with garments. Cutting himself with stones, and running, he rushes over rough paths, driven headlong of the devil. Do not these things seem to be dreadful? What then, if I shall show the covetous doing more grievous things than these to their own soul, and to such a degree more grievous, that these are considered child's play compared with those? Will you indeed shun the pest? Come then, let us see if they are in any respect in a more tolerable state than they. In none, but even in a more grievous condition. For indeed they are more objects of shame than 10,000 naked persons. For it were far better to be naked as to clothing, than being clad with the fruits of covetousness, to go about like them that celebrate the orgies for Bacchus. For like as they have on madmen's masks and clothes, so have these also. And much as the nakedness of the possessed is caused by madness, so doth madness produce this clothing, and the clothing is more miserable than the nakedness. And this I will hereby endeavour to prove. For whom should we say was more mad, amongst madmen themselves? One who should cut himself, or one who together with himself should hurt those who met him? It is quite clear that it is the last. The madmen then strip themselves of their clothing, but these all that meet them. But these tear their clothes to pieces. And how readily would every one of those that are injured consent that his garment should be torn, rather than be stripped of all his substance? But those do not aim blows at the face. In the first place, the covetous do even this, and if not all, yet do all inflict by famine and penury more grievous pains on the belly. But those bite not with the teeth. Would that it were the teeth, and not with the darts of covetousness fiercer than teeth. For their teeth are weapons and darts. For who will feel most pained, he that was bitten once, and straightway healed, or he that is for ever eaten up by the teeth of penury? For penury, when involuntary, is more grievous than furnace or wild beast. But those rush not into the deserts like the possessed of devils. Would it were the deserts, and not the cities, that they overran, and so all in the cities enjoyed security. For now in this respect again, they are more intolerable than all the insane, because they do in the cities these things, which the others do in the deserts, making the cities deserts, and like as in a desert, where there is none to hinder, so plundering the goods of all men. But they do not pelt with stones them that meet them. And what is this? Of stones it were easy to beware, but of the wounds which by paper and ink they work to the wretched poor, framing writings full of blows without number, who, out of those that fall in with them, can ever easily beware? And let us see also what they do to themselves. They walk naked up and down the city, for they have no garment of virtue. But if this doth not seem to them to be a disgrace, this again is of their exceeding madness. For that they have no feeling of the unseemliness, but while they are ashamed of having their body naked, they bear about the soul naked, and glory in it. And if you wish, I will tell you also the cause of their insensibility. What then is the cause? They are naked amongst many that are thus naked, wherefore neither are they ashamed, like as neither are we in the baths. So that if indeed there were many clothed with virtue, then would their shame appear more. But now this above all is a worthy subject for many tears, that because the bad are many, bad things are not even esteemed as a disgrace. For besides the rest, the devil hath brought about this too, not to allow them to obtain even a sense of their evil deeds, but by the multitude of them that practice wickedness, to throw a shade over their disgrace. Since if it came to pass that he was in the midst of a multitude of persons practicing self-restraint, such a one would see his nakedness more. That they are more naked than the possessed is evident from these things, and that they go into the deserts, neither this again could any one gainsay. For the wide and broad way is more desert than any desert. For though it have many that journey on it, yet none from amongst men, but serpents, scorpions, wolves, adders, and asps. Such are they that practice wickedness, and this way is not only desert, but much more rugged than that of the mad. and this is hereby evident. For stones and ravines and crags do not so wound those that mount them, as robbery and covetousness, the souls that practice them. And that they live by the tombs, like the possessed, or rather that they themselves are tombs, is plain by this. What is a tomb? A stone having a dead body lying in it. Wherein then do these men's bodies differ from those stones? Or rather, they are more miserable even than they. For it is not a stone containing a dead body, but a body more insensible than stones, bearing about a dead soul. Wherefore one would not be wrong in calling them tombs. For so did our Lord too call the Jews, for this reason most especially. He went on at least to say, their inward parts are full of ravening and covetousness. Would ye that I show next how they also cut their heads with stones? Whence then first, I pray thee, wilt thou learn this? From the things here, or from the things to come? But of the things to come they have not much regard. We must speak then of the things here. For are not anxieties more grievous than many stones, not wounding heads, but consuming a soul? For they are afraid, lest those things should justly go forth out of their house, which have come unto them unjustly. They tremble in fear of the utmost ills, are angry or provoked against those of their own house, against strangers. And now despondency, now fear, now wrath, comes upon them in succession, and they are as if they were crossing precipice after precipice, and they are earnestly looking day by day for what they have not yet acquired. Wherefore neither do they feel pleasure in the things they have, both by reason of not feeling confidence about the security of them, and because with their whole mind they are intent upon what they have not yet seized. And like as one continually thirsting, though he should drink up 10,000 fountains, feeleth not the pleasure, because he is not satisfied, so also these, so far from feeling pleasure, are even tormented, the more they heap around themselves, from their not feeling any limit to such desire. And things here are like this. But let us speak also of the day to come. For though they give not heed, yet it is necessary for us to speak. In the day to come, then, one will see everywhere such men as these undergoing punishment. For when he saith, I was an hungered, and ye gave me no meat, I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink, he is punishing these. And when he saith, Depart into the eternal fire prepared for the devil, he is sending thither them that made a bad use of riches. And the wicked servant, who gives not to his fellow servants the goods of his Lord, is of the number of these men, and he that buried his talent, and the 5 virgins. And whithersoever thou shalt go, thou wilt see the covetous punished. And now they will hear, There is a void between us and you. Now, depart from me into the fire that is prepared. And now being cut asunder, they will go away, where there is gnashing of teeth, and from every place one may see them driven, and finding a place nowhere, but gathered in hell alone. What then is the use of the right faith to us for salvation, when we hear these things? There, gnashing of teeth, and outer darkness, and the fire prepared for the devil, and to be cut asunder, and to be driven away. Here, enmities, evil speakings, slanders, perils, cares, plots, to be hated of all, to be abhorred of all, even of the very persons that seem to flatter us. For as good men are admired not by the good only, but even by the wicked, so bad men, not the good only, but also the worthless, hate. And in proof that this is true, I would gladly ask of the covetous, whether they do not feel painfully one toward another, and account such more their enemies than those that have done them the greatest wrong. whether they do not also accuse themselves, whether they do not account the thing an affront, if any one brings this reproach upon them. For indeed this is an extreme reproach, and a sure proof of much wickedness. For if thou dost not endure to despise wealth, of what wilt thou ever get the better? Of lust, or of the mad desire of glory, or anger, or of wrath? And how would any be persuaded of it? For as to lust, and anger, and wrath, many impute it even to the temperament of the flesh, and to this do students of medicine refer the excesses thereof. And him that is of a more hot and languid temperament they affirm to be more lustful. But him that runs out into a drier kind of ill temperament, eager and irritable and wrathful. But with respect to covetousness, no one ever heard of their having said any such thing. So entirely is the pest the effect of mere remissness, of a soul past feeling. Therefore I beseech you, let us give diligence to amend all such things, and to give an opposite direction to the passions that come upon us in every age. But if in every part of our life we sail past the labours of virtue, everywhere undergoing shipwrecks, when we have arrived at the harbour destitute of spiritual freight, we shall undergo extreme punishment. For our present life is an outstretched ocean, and as in the sea here, there are different bays exposed to different tempests. And the Aegean is difficult because of the winds, the Tyrrhenian strait because of the confined space, the Charybdis that is by Africa because of the shallows, the Propontis which is without the Euxine Sea, on account of its violence and currents, the parts without Cadiz because of the desolation and tracklessness, and unexplored places therein, and other portions for other causes, so also is it in our life. And the first sea to view is that of our childish days, having much tempestuousness, because of its folly, its facility, because it is not steadfast. Therefore also we set over it guides and teachers, by our diligence adding what is wanting to nature, even as there by the pilot's skill. After this age succeeds the sea of the youth, where the winds are violent as in the Aegean, lust increasing upon us. And this age especially is destitute of correction, not only because he is beset more fiercely, but also because his faults are not reproved, for both teacher and guide after that withdraw. When therefore the winds blow more fiercely, and the pilot is more feeble, and there is no helper, consider the greatness of the tempest. And after this again another period of life, that of men, in which the cares of the household press upon us, when there is a wife, and marriage, and begetting of children, and ruling of a house, and thick falling showers of cares. Then especially both covetousness flourishes, and envy. When then we pass each part of our life with shipwrecks, how shall we suffice for the present life? How shall we escape future punishment? For when first in the earliest age we learn nothing healthful, and then in youth we do not practice sobriety, and when grown to manhood do not get the better of covetousness, coming to old age as to a hold full of bilge water, and as having made the bark of the soul weak by all these shocks, the planks being separated, we shall arrive at that harbour, bearing much filth instead of spiritual merchandise. And to the devil we shall furnish laughter, but lamentation to ourselves, and bringing upon ourselves the intolerable punishments. That these things may not be, let us brace ourselves up on every side, and withstanding all our passions, let us cast out the lust of wealth, that we may also attain unto the good things to come, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 81.
Homily 82, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 82, Matthew 26, 26 through 35. And as they were eating, Jesus took bread and gave thanks, and brake it, and gave it to the disciples, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And he took a cup, and gave thanks, and gave it to them, saying, Drink ye all of it. This is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. Ah, how great is the blindness of the traitor! Even partaking of the mysteries, he remained the same, and admitted to the most holy table, he changed not. And this Luke shows by saying, that after this Satan entered into him, not as despising the Lord's body, but thenceforth laughing to scorn the traitor's shamelessness. For indeed his sin became greater from both causes, as well in that he came to the mysteries with such a disposition, as that having approached them, he did not become better, either from fear, or from the benefit, or from the honour. But Christ forbade him not, although he knew all things, that thou mightest learn that he omits none of the things that pertain to correction. Wherefore both before this and after this he continually admonished him and checked him, both by deeds and by words, both by fear and by kindness, both by threatening and by honour. But none of these things withdrew him from that grievous pest. Wherefore thenceforth he leaves him, and by the mysteries again reminds the disciples of his being slain, and in the midst of the meal his discourse is of the cross, by the continual repeating of the prediction, making his passion easy to receive. For if, when so many things had been done and foretold, they were troubled, if they had heard none of these things, what would they not have felt? And as they were eating, he took bread and brake it. Why can it have been that he ordained this sacrament then, at the time of the Passover? That thou mightest learn from everything, both that he is the lawgiver of the Old Testament, and that the things therein are foreshadowed because of these things. Therefore I say, where the type is, there he puts the truth. But the evening is a sure sign of the fullness of times, and that the things were now come to the very end. And he gives thanks, to teach us how we ought to celebrate this sacrament, and to show that not unwillingly doth he come to the Passion, and to teach us whatever we may suffer to bear it thankfully, thence also suggesting good hopes. For if the type was a deliverance from such bondage, how much more will the truth set free the world, and will he be delivered up for the benefit of our race? Wherefore I would add, neither did he appoint the sacrament before this, but when henceforth the rites of the law were to cease. And thus the very chief of the feast he brings to an end, removing them to another most awful table, and he saith, Take, eat. This is my body, which is broken for many. And how were they not confounded at hearing this? Because he had before told unto them many and great things touching this. Wherefore that he establishes no more, for they had heard it sufficiently, but he speaks of the cause of his passion, namely, the taking away of sins. And he calls it blood of a New Testament, that of the undertaking, the promise, the new law. For this he undertook also of old, and this comprises the testament that is in the new law. And like as the Old Testament had sheep and bullocks, so this has the Lord's blood. Hence also he shows that he is soon to die, wherefore also he made mention of a testament. And he reminds them also of the former testament, for that also was dedicated with blood. And again he tells the cause of his death, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. And he saith, Do this in remembrance of me. Seest thou how he removes and draws them off from Jewish customs? For like as ye did that, he saith, in remembrance of the miracles in Egypt, so do this likewise in remembrance of me. That was shed for the preservation of the firstborn, this for the remission of the sins of the whole world. For this, saith he, is my blood, which is shed for the remission of sins. But this he said, indicating thereby that his passion and his cross are a mystery, by this to again comforting his disciples. And like as Moses saith, This shall be to you for an everlasting memorial, so he too, in remembrance of me, until I come. Therefore also he saith, With desire I have desired to eat this Passover, that is, to deliver you the new rites, and to give a Passover, by which I am to make you spiritual. And he himself drank of it. For lest on hearing this they should say, What then? Do we drink blood and eat flesh? And then be perplexed. For when he began to discourse concerning these things, even at the very sayings many were offended. Therefore, lest they should be troubled then likewise, he first did this himself, leading them to the calm participation of the mysteries. Therefore he himself drank his own blood. What then, must we observe that other ancient rite also? Some one may say. By no means. For on this account he said, Do this, that he might withdraw them from the other. For if this worketh remission of sins, as it surely doth work it, the other is now superfluous. As then in the case of the Jews, so here also he hath bound up the memorial of the benefit with the mystery, by this again stopping the mouths of heretics. For when they say, Whence is it manifest that Christ was sacrificed? Together with the other arguments we stop their mouths from the mysteries also. For if Jesus did not die, of what are the rites the symbols? Seest thou how much diligence hath been used, that it should be ever borne in mind that he died for us? For since the Marcionists and Valentinians and Manichaeans were to arise, denying this dispensation, he continually reminds us of the passion even by the mysteries, so that no man should be deceived, at once saving, and at the same time teaching by means of that sacred table. For this is the chief of the blessings, wherefore Paul also is in every way pressing this. Then, when he had delivered it, he saith, I will not drink of the fruit of this wine until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. For because he had discoursed with them concerning passion and cross, he again introduces what he has to say of his resurrection, having made mention of a kingdom before them, table, and rise up in drunkenness, whereas it were meet to give thanks, and end with an hymn. Hear this, as many as wait not again for the last prayer of the mysteries, for this is a symbol of that. He gave thanks before he gave it to his disciples, that we also may give thanks. He gave thanks, and sang an hymn after the giving, that we also may do the selfsame thing. But for what reason doth he go forth unto the mountain? Making himself manifest, that he may be taken, in order not to seem to hide himself. For he hastened to go to the place which was also known to Judas. Then he saith unto them, All ye shall be offended in me. After this he mentions also a prophecy. For it is written, I will smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered abroad. At once persuading them ever to give heed to the things that are written, and at the same time making it plain that he was crucified, according to God's purpose, and by everything showing that he was no alien from the old covenant, nor from the God preached therein, but that what is done is a dispensation,
and that the prophets all proclaimed all things beforehand from the beginning that are comprised in the matter, so that they be quite confident about the better things also. And he teaches us to know what the disciples were before the crucifixion, what after the crucifixion. For indeed they who, when he was crucified, were not able so much as to stand their ground, these after his death were mighty and stronger than adamant. And the selfsame thing is a demonstration of his death, the fright and cowardice, I mean, of his disciples. For if when so many things have been both done and said, still some are shameless, and say that he was not crucified, if none of these things had come to pass, to what pitch of wickedness would they not have proceeded? So for this reason, not by his own sufferings only, but by what took place with respect to the disciples, he confirms the word concerning his death, and by the mysteries also, in every way confounding those that are diseased with the pest of Marcion. For this reason he suffers even the chief apostle to deny him. But if he was not bound nor crucified, whence sprung the fear to Peter, and to the rest of the apostles? He suffers them not, however, on the other hand, to wait until the sorrows, but what saith he? But after I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee. For not from heaven doth he appear at once, neither will he depart into a distant country, but in the same nation, in which he had also been crucified, nearly in the same place, so as hereby again to assure them that he that was crucified was the very same that rose again, and in this way to comfort them more abundantly when in sorrow. Therefore also he said, in Galilee, that being freed from the fears of the Jews they might believe his saying, for which cause indeed he appeared there. But Peter answered and said, Though all men should be offended because of thee, yet will I never be offended. What sayest thou, O Peter? The prophet said, The sheep shall be scattered. Christ hath confirmed the saying, and sayest thou, No? Is not what passed before enough, when thou saidst, Far be it from thee, and thy mouth was stopped? For this then he suffers him to fall, teaching him thereby to believe Christ in all things, and to account his declaration more trustworthy than one's own conscience. And the rest too reaped no small benefit from his denial, having come to know man's weakness, and God's truth. For when he foretells anything, we must no longer be subtle, nor lift up ourselves above the common sort. For thy rejoicing, it is said, thou shalt have in thyself, and not in another. For where he should have prayed, and have said, Help us, that we be not cut off, he is confident in himself, and saith, Though all men should be offended in thee, yet will I never. Though all should undergo this, I shall not undergo it, which led him on by little and little to self-confidence. Christ then, out of a desire to put down this, permitted his denial. For since he neither submitted to him nor the prophet, and yet for this intent he brought in the prophet besides, that they may not gainsay. But nevertheless, since he submitted not to his words, he is instructed by deeds. For in proof that for this intent he permitted it, that he might amend this in him, hear what he saith, I have prayed for thee, that thy faith fail not. For this he said sharply reproving him, and showing that his fall was more grievous than the rest, and needed more help. For the matters of blame were two, both that he gainsayed, and that he set himself before the other, or rather a third too, namely, that he attributed all to himself. To cure these things then, he suffered the fall to take place, and for this cause also leaves the others, and addresses himself earnestly to him. For Simon, saith he, Simon, behold, Satan hath desired to have you, that he may sift you as wheat. that is, that he may trouble, confound, tempt you. But I have prayed for thee, that thy faith fail not. And why, if Satan desired all, did he not say concerning all, I have prayed for you? Is it not quite plain that it is this, which I have mentioned before, that it is as reproving him, and showing that his fall was more grievous than the rest, that he directs his words to him? And wherefore said he not, but I did not suffer it, rather than, I have prayed? He speaks from this time lowly things, on his way to his passion, that he may show his humanity. For he that has built his church upon Peter's confession, and has so fortified it, that 10,000 dangers and deaths are not to prevail over it, he that hath given him the keys of heaven, and hath put him in possession of so much authority, and in no manner needed a prayer for these ends, for neither did he say, I have prayed, but with his own authority, I will build my church, and I will give thee the keys of heaven. How should he need to pray, that he might brace up the shaken soul of a single man? Wherefore then did he speak in this way? For the cause which I mentioned, and because of their weakness, for they had not as yet the becoming view of him. How then was it that he denied? He said not, that thou mayest not deny, but that thy faith fail not, that thou perish not utterly, for this came from his care. For indeed fear had driven out all else, for it was beyond measure, and it became beyond measure, since God had to an exceeding degree deprived him of his help, and he did exceedingly deprive him thereof, because there was to an exceeding degree in him the passion of self-will and contradiction. In order then that he might pluck it up by the roots, therefore he suffered the terror to overtake him. For in proof that this passion was grievous in him, he was not content with his former words, gainsaying both prophet and Christ, but also after these things when Christ had said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, that this night, before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice, he replieth, Though I should die with thee, I will not deny thee in any wise. And Luke signifies moreover, that the more Christ warned him, so much the more did Peter exceedingly oppose him. What mean these things, O Peter? When he was saying, One of you shall betray me, thou didst fear lest thou shouldest be the traitor, and didst constrain the disciple to ask, although conscious to thyself of no such thing. But now, when he is plainly crying out, and saying, All shall be offended, art thou gainsaying it, and not once only, but twice and often? For this is what Luke saith. Whence then did this come to him? From much love, from much pleasure. I mean, that after he was delivered from that distressing fear about the betrayal, and knew the traitor, he then spoke confidently, and lifted himself up over the rest, saying, Though all men shall be offended, yet will I not be offended. And in some degree too his conduct sprung from jealousy, for at supper they reasoned, which of them is the greater. To such a degree did this passion trouble them. Therefore he checked him, not compelling him to the denial, God forbid, but leaving him destitute of his help, and convicting human nature. See at any rate after these things how he was subdued. For after the resurrection, when he had said, And what shall this man do? And was silenced, he ventured no more to gainsay as here, but held his peace. Again, towards the Assumption, when he heard, It is not for you to know times or seasons, again he holds his peace, and contradicts not. After these things, on the house, and by the sheet, when he heard a voice saying to him, What God hath cleansed, call not thou common, even though he knew not for the time what the saying could be. He is quiet and strives not. All these things did that fall effect. And whereas before that he attributes all to himself, saying, Though all men shall be offended, yet will I not be offended. And, If I should die, I will not deny thee. When he should have said, If I receive the assistance from thee. Yet after these things altogether the contrary. Why do ye give heed to us, as though by our own power or holiness we had made him to walk? Hence we learn a great doctrine, that a man's willingness is not sufficient, unless any one receive the succour from above. And that again, we shall gain nothing but the succour from above, if there be not a willingness. And both these things do Judas and Peter show. For the one, though he had received much help, was profited nothing, because he was not willing, neither contributed his part. But this one, though he was ready in mind, because he received no assistance, fell. For indeed of these two things is virtue's web woven. Wherefore I entreat you neither, when you have cast all upon God, to sleep yourselves, nor, when labouring earnestly, to think to accomplish all by your own toils. For neither is it God's will that we should be supine ourselves, therefore he worketh it not all himself, nor yet boasters, therefore he did not give all to us. But having removed what was hurtful in either way, left that which is useful for us. Therefore he suffered even the chief apostle to fall, both rendering him more humbled in mind, and training him thenceforth to greater love. For to whom more is forgiven, it is said, he loveth more. Let us then in everything believe God, and gainsay him in nothing, though what is said seem to be contrary to our thoughts and senses, but let his word be of higher authority than both reasonings and sight. Thus let us do in the mysteries also, not looking at the things set before us, but keeping in mind his sayings. For his word cannot deceive, but our senses are easily beguiled. That hath never failed. But this in most things goeth wrong. Since then the word saith, This is my body, let us both be persuaded and believe, and look at it with the eyes of the mind. For Christ hath given nothing sensible, but though in things sensible, yet all to be perceived by the mind. So also in baptism, the gift is bestowed by a sensible thing, that is, by water. But that which is done is perceived by the mind, the birth, I mean, and the renewal. For if thou hadst been incorporeal, he would have delivered thee the incorporeal gifts bare. But because the soul hath been locked up in a body, he delivers thee the things that the mind perceives in things sensible. How many now say, I would wish to see his form, the mark, his clothes, his shoes. Lo, thou seest him, thou touchest him, thou eatest him. And thou indeed desirest to see his clothes, but he giveth himself to thee, not to see only, but also to touch, and eat, and receive within thee. Let then no one approach it with indifference, no one faint-hearted, but all with burning hearts, all fervent, all aroused. For if Jews standing, and having on their shoes and their staves in their hands, ate with haste, much more oughtest thou to be watchful. For they indeed were to go forth to Palestine, wherefore also they had the garb of pilgrims, but thou art about to remove unto heaven. Wherefore it is needful in all respects to be vigilant. For indeed no small punishment is appointed to them that partake unworthily. Consider how indignant thou art against the traitor, against them that crucified him. Look therefore, lest thou also thyself become guilty of the body and blood of Christ. They slaughtered the all-holy body, but thou receivest it in a filthy soul after such great benefits. For neither was it enough for him to be made man, to be smitten and slaughtered, but he also commingleth himself with us, and not by faith only, but also in very deed maketh us his body. What then ought not he to exceed in purity, that hath the benefit of this sacrifice? Then what sunbeam should not that hand be more pure, which is to sever this flesh? The mouth that is filled with spiritual fire? The tongue that is reddened by that most awful blood? Consider with what sort of honour thou wast honoured, of what sort of table thou art partaking. That which when angels behold, they tremble, and dare not so much as look up at it without awe on account of the brightness that cometh thence. With this we are fed, with this we are commingled, and we are made one body and one flesh with Christ. Who shall declare the mighty works of the Lord, and cause all his praises to be heard? What shepherd feeds his sheep with his own limbs? And why do I say shepherd? There are often mothers that after the travail of birth send out their children to other women as nurses. But he endureth not to do this, but himself feeds us with his own blood, and by all means entwines us with himself. Mark it, he was born of our substance. But, you say, this is nothing to all men, though it does concern all. For if he came unto our nature, it is quite plain that it was to all. But if to all, then to each one. And how was it, you say, that all did not reap the profit therefrom? This was not of his doing, whose choice it was to do this in behalf of all, but the fault of them that were not willing. With each one of the faithful doth he mingle himself in the mysteries, and whom he begat, he nourishes by himself, and putteth not out to another, by this also persuading thee again, that he had taken thy flesh. Let us not then be remiss, having been counted worthy of so much both of love and honour. See ye not the infants with how much eagerness they lay hold of the breast, with what earnest desire they fix their lips upon the nipple? With the like let us also approach this table, and the nipple of the spiritual cup. Or rather, with much more eagerness let us, as infants at the breast, draw out the grace of the Spirit. Let it be our one sorrow, not to partake of this food. The works set before us are not of man's power. He that then did these things at that supper, this same now also works them. We occupy the place of servants. He who sanctifieth and changeth them is the same. Let then no Judas be present, no covetous man. If any one be not a disciple, let him withdraw. The table receives not such. For I keep the Passover, he saith, with my disciples. This table is the same as that, and hath nothing less. For it is not so that Christ wrought that, and man this, but he doth this too. This is that upper chamber, where they were then. And hence they went forth unto the Mount of Olives. Let us also go out unto the hands of the poor, for this spot is the Mount of Olives. For the multitude of the poor are olive trees planted in the house of God, dropping the oil, which is profitable for us there, which the 5 virgins had, and the others that had not received perished thereby. Having received this, let us enter in, that with bright lamps we may meet the bridegroom. Having received this, let us go forth hence. Let no inhuman person be present, no one that is cruel and merciless, no one at all that is unclean. These things I say to you that receive, and to you that minister. For it is necessary to address myself to you also, that you may with much care distribute the gifts there. There is no small punishment for you, if being conscious of any wickedness in any man, you allow him to partake of this table. His blood shall be required at your hands. Though any one be a general, though a deputy, though it be he himself who is invested with the diadem, and come unworthily, forbid him. The authority thou hast is greater than his. Thou, if thou wert entrusted to keep a spring of water clean for a flock, and then wert to see a sheep having much mire on its mouth, thou wouldest not suffer it to stoop down unto it, and foul the stream. But now being entrusted with a spring not of water, but of blood and of spirit, if thou seest any having on them sin, which is more grievous than earth and mire, coming unto it, art thou not displeased? Dost thou not drive them off? And what excuse canst thou have? For this end God hath honoured you with this honour, that ye should discern these things. This is your office, this your safety, this your whole crown. Not that ye should go about clothed in a white and shining vestment. And whence know I, you may say, this person and that person? I speak not of the unknown, but of the notorious. Shall I say something more fearful? It is not so grievous a thing for the energumens to be within, as for such as these, whom Paul affirms to trample Christ under foot, and to account the blood of the covenant unclean, and to do despite to the grace of the Spirit. For he that hath fallen into sin and draws nigh is worse than one possessed with a devil. For they, because they are possessed, are not punished, but those, when they draw nigh unworthily, are delivered over to undying punishment. Let us not therefore drive away these only, but all without exception, whomsoever we may see coming unworthily. Let no one communicate who is not of the disciples. Let no Judas receive, lest he suffer the fate of Judas. This multitude also is Christ's body. Take heed therefore, thou that ministerest at the mysteries, lest thou provoke the Lord, not purging this body. Give not a sword instead of meat. Nay, though it be from ignorance that he come to communicate, forbid him, be not afraid. Fear God, not man. If thou shouldest fear man, thou wilt be laughed to scorn even by him. But if God, thou wilt be an object of respect even to men. But if thou darest not to do it thyself, bring him to me. I will not allow any to dare do these things. I would give up my life rather than impart the Lord's blood to the unworthy, and will shed my own blood rather than impart of such awful blood contrary to what is meet. But if any hath not known the bad man, after much inquiry, it is no blame. For these things have been said about the open sinners. For if we amend these, God will speedily discover to us the unknown also. But if we let these alone, wherefore should he then make manifest those that are hidden? But these things I say, not that we repel them only, nor cut them off, but in order that we may amend them, and bring them back, that we may take care of them. For thus shall we both have God propitious, and shall find many to receive worthily. And for our own diligence, and for our care for others, receive great reward. Unto which God grant we may all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 82. Homily 83, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 83, Matthew 26, 36 through 50. Then cometh Jesus with them unto a place called Gethsemane, and saith unto the disciples, Sit ye here, while I go and pray yonder. And he took with him Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee, and began to be sorrowful and very heavy. And he saith unto them, My soul is exceeding sorrowful, even unto death. Tarry ye here, and watch with me. Because they clung to him inseparably, therefore he said, Tarry ye here, while I go away and pray. For it was usual with him to pray apart from them, and this he did teaching us in our prayers, to prepare silence for ourselves and great retirement. And he takes with him the 3, and saith unto them, My soul is exceeding sorrowful, even unto death. Wherefore doth he not take all with him? That they may not be cast down, but these he taketh that had been spectators of his glory. However, even these he dismisses. And he went on a little farther, and prayeth, saying, Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. And he cometh unto them, and findeth them sleeping, and saith unto Peter, What, could ye not watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray, that ye enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. Not without reason doth he inveigh against Peter most, although the others also had slept, but to make him feel by this also, for the cause which I mentioned before. Then, because the others also said the same thing, for when Peter had said, These are the words, Though I must die with thee, I will not deny thee, likewise also, it is added, said all the disciples. And he addresses himself to all, convicting their weakness. For they who were desiring to die with him were not then able so much as to sorrow with him wakefully, but sleep overcame them. And he prays with earnestness, in order that the thing might not seem to be acting. And sweats flow over him for the same cause again, even that the heretics might not say this, that he acts the agony. Therefore there is a sweat like drops of blood, and an angel appeared strengthening him, and 1,000 sure signs of fear, lest any one should affirm the words to be feigned. For this cause also was this prayer. By saying then, If it be possible, let it pass from me, he showed his humanity. But by saying, Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt, he showed his virtue and self-command, teaching us even when nature pulls us back, to follow God. For since it was not enough for the foolish to show his face only, he uses words also. Again, words sufficed not alone, but deeds likewise were needed. These also he joins with the words, that even they who are in a high degree contentious may believe, that he both became man and died. For if, when these things are so, this be still disbelieved by some, much more if these had not been. See by how many things he shows the reality of the Incarnation. By what he speaks, by what he suffers. After that he cometh and saith to Peter, as it is said, What, couldest thou not watch 1 hour with me? All were sleeping, and he rebukes Peter, hinting at him in what he spake. And the words with me are not employed without reason. It is though he had said, Thou couldest not watch with me 1 hour, and wilt thou lay down thy life for me? And what follows also intimates this selfsame thing. For watch, saith he, and pray not to enter into temptation. See how he is again instructing them not to be self-confident, but contrite in mind, and to be humble, and to refer all to God. And at one time he addresses himself to Peter, at another to all in common. And to him he saith, Simon, Simon, Satan hath desired to have you, that he may sift you as wheat, but I have prayed for thee. And to all in common, Pray that ye enter not into temptation, every way plucking up their self-will, and making them earnest-minded. Then, that he might not seem to make his language altogether condemnatory, he saith, The spirit indeed is ready, but the flesh is weak. For even although thou dost desire to despise death, yet thou wilt not be able, until God stretch forth his hand, for the carnal mind draws down. And again he prayed in the same way, saying, Father, if this cannot pass from me except I drink it, thy will be done. Showing here that he fully harmonizes with God's will, and that we must always follow this, and seek after it. And he came and found them asleep. For besides that it was late at night, their eyes also were weighed down by their despondency. And the third time he went and spake the same thing, establishing the fact, that he was become man. For the second and third time is in the Scriptures especially indicative of truth, like as Joseph also said to Pharaoh, Did the dream appear to thee the second time? For truth this was done, and that thou mightest be assured that this shall surely be. Therefore he too once, and twice, and 3 times spake the same thing, for the sake of proving the incarnation. And wherefore came he the second time? In order to reprove them, for that they were so drowned in despondency, as not to have any sense even of his presence. He did not however reprove them, but stood apart from them a little, showing their unspeakable weakness, that not even when they had been rebuked were they able to endure. But he doth not awake and rebuke them again, lest he should smite them that were already smitten. But he went away and prayed, and when he is come back again, he saith, Sleep on now, and take your rest. And yet then there was need to be wakeful, but to show that they will not bear so much as the sight of the dangers, but will be put to flight and desert him from their terror, and that he hath no need of their succour, and that he must by all means be delivered up. Sleep on now, he saith, and take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. He shows again that what is done belongs to a divine dispensation. But he doth not this only, but also by saying, Into the hands of sinners, he cheers up their minds, showing it was the effect of their wickedness, not of his being liable to any charge. Rise, let us be going. Behold, he is at hand that doth betray me. For by all means he taught them that the matter was not of necessity nor of weakness, but of some secret dispensation. For as we see, he foreknew that Judas would come, and so far from flying, he even went to meet him. At any rate, while he yet spake, lo, Judas one of the 12, came, and with a great multitude with swords and staves, from the chief priests and elders of the people. Seemly surely are the instruments of the priest. With swords and staves do they come against him. And Judas, it is said, with them one of the 12. Again he calleth him of the 12, and is not ashamed. Now he that betrayed him gave them a sign, saying, Whomsoever I shall kiss, that same is he, hold him fast. Oh, what depravity had the traitor's soul received! For with what kind of eyes did he then look at his Master? With what mouth did he kiss him? O accursed purpose! What did he devise? What did he dare? What sort of sign of betrayal did he give? Whomsoever I shall kiss, he saith. He was emboldened by his Master's gentleness, which more than all was sufficient to shame him, and to deprive him of all excuse for that he was betraying one so meek. But wherefore doth he say this? Because often when seized by them he had gone out through the midst, without their knowing it. Nevertheless, then also this would have been done, if it had not been his own will that he should be taken. It was at least with a view to teach them this, that he then blinded their eyes, and himself asked, Whom seek ye? And they knew him not, though being with lanterns and torches, and having Judas with them. Afterwards, as they had said, Jesus, he saith, I am he, whom ye seek. And here again, Friend, wherefore art thou come? For after having shown his own strength, then at once he yielded himself. But John saith, that even to the very moment he continued to reprove them, saying, Judas, betrayest thou the Son of Man with a kiss? Art thou not ashamed even of the form of the betrayal? Saith he. Nevertheless, forasmuch as not even this checked him, he submitted to be kissed, and gave himself up willingly. And they laid their hands on him, and seized him that night on which they ate the Passover. To such a degree did they boil with rage, and were mad. However, they would have had no strength unless he himself suffered it. Yet this delivers not Judas from intolerable punishment, but even more exceedingly condemns him, for that though he had received such a proof of his power, and lenity, and meekness, and gentleness, he became fiercer than any wild beast. Knowing then these things, let us flee from covetousness, for that it was which then drove him to madness, that exercises them who are taken thereby in the most extreme cruelty and inhumanity. For when it makes them to despair of their own salvation, much more doth it cause them to overlook that of the rest of mankind. And so tyrannical is the passing, as sometimes to prevail over the keenest lust. Wherefore indeed I am exceedingly ashamed, that to spare their money may indeed have bridled their unchastity, but for the fear of Christ they were not willing to live chastely and with gravity. Wherefore I say, let us flee from it. For I will not cease for ever saying this. For why, O man, dost thou gather gold? Why dost thou make thy bondage more bitter? Why thy watching more grievous? Why thy anxiety more painful? Account for thine own the metals buried in the mines, those in the king's courts. For indeed, if thou hadst all that heap, thou wouldest keep it only, and wouldest not use it. For if now thou hast not used the things thou possessest, but abstainest from them as though they belonged to others, much more would this be the case with thee, if thou hadst more. For it is the way of the covetous, the more they heap up around them, the more to be sparing of it. But I know, sayest thou, that these things are mine. The possession then is in supposition only, not in enjoyment. But I should be an object of fear to men, sayest thou. Nay, but thou wouldest by this become a more easy prey both to rich and poor, to robbers and false accusers and servants, and in general to all that are minded to plot against thee. For if thou art desirous to be an object of fear, cut off the occasions by which they are able to lay hold of thee and pain thee, whoever have set their hearts thereon. Hearest thou not the parable that saith, that the poor and naked man, not even 100 men gathered together are ever able to strip? For he hath his poverty as his greatest protection, which not even the king shall ever be able to subdue and take.
The covetous man indeed all join in vexing. And why do I say men, when moths and worms war against such a man? And why do I speak of moths? Length of time is enough alone, even when no one troubles him, to do the greatest injury to such a man. What then is the pleasure of wealth? For I see its discomforts, but do thou tell me the pleasure of it. And what are its discomforts, sayest thou? Anxieties, plots, enmities, hatred, fear, to be ever thirsting and in pain. For if any one were to embrace a damsel he loves, but were not able to satisfy his desire, he undergoes the utmost torment. Even so also doth the rich man, for he hath plenty, and is with her, but cannot satisfy all his desire. But the same result takes place as some wise man mentions. The lust of an eunuch to deflower a virgin, and like an eunuch embracing a virgin and groaning, so are all the rich. Why should one speak of the other things? How such a one is displeasing to all, to his servants, his laborers, his neighbors, to them that handle public affairs, to them that are injured, to them that are not injured, to his wife most of all, and to his children more than to any. For not as men does he bring them up, but more miserably than menials and purchased slaves. And countless occasions for anger, and vexation, and insult, and ridicule against himself doth he bring about, being set forth as a common laughingstock to all. So the discomforts are these, and perhaps more than these. Before one could never go through them all in discourse, but experience will be able to set them before us. But tell me the pleasure from hence. I appear to be rich, he saith, and am reputed to be rich. And what kind of pleasure is to be so reputed? It is a very great name for envy. I say a name, for wealth is a name only, void of reality. Yet he that is rich, saith he, indulges and delights himself with this notion. He delights himself in those things about which he ought to grieve. To grieve? Wherefore? Asks he. Because this renders him useless for all purposes, and cowardly and unmanly both with regard to banishment and to death, for he holds this double, longing more for money than for light. Such a one not even heaven delights, because it beareth not gold, nor the sun, forasmuch as it puts not forth golden beams. But there are some, saith he, who do enjoy what they possess, living in luxury and gluttony and drunkenness, spending sumptuously. You are telling me of persons worse than the first. For the last above all are the men who have no enjoyment. For the first at least abstains from other evils, being bound to one love. But the others are worse than these, besides what we have said, bringing in upon themselves a crowd of cruel masters, and doing service every day to the belly, to lust, to drunkenness, to other kinds of intemperance, as to so many cruel tyrants, keeping harlots, preparing expensive feasts, purchasing parasites, flatterers, turning aside after unnatural lust, involving their body and their soul in 1,000 diseases springing therefrom. For neither is it on what they want they spend their goods, but on ruining the body, and on ruining also the soul therewith. And they do the same as if any one, when adorning his person, were to think he was spending his money on his own wants. So that he alone enjoys pleasure and is master of his goods, who uses his wealth for a proper object. But these are slaves and captives, for they aggravate both the passions of the body and the diseases of the soul. What manner of enjoyment is this, where is siege and war, and a storm worse than all the raging of the sea? For if wealth find men fools, it renders them more foolish. If wanton, more wanton. And what is the use of understanding, thou wilt say, to the poor man? As might be expected, thou art ignorant, for neither doth the blind man know what is the advantage of light. Listen to Solomon saying, As far as light excelleth darkness, so doth wisdom excel folly. But how shall we instruct him that is in darkness? For the love of money is darkness, permitting nothing that is to appear as it is, but otherwise. For much as one in darkness, though he should see a golden vessel, though a precious stone, though purple garments, supposes them to be nothing, for he sees not their beauty. So also he that is in covetousness knows not as he ought the beauty of those things that are worthy of our care. Disperse then, I pray thee, the mist that arises from this passion, and then wilt thou see the nature of things. But nowhere do these things so plainly appear as in poverty. Nowhere are those things so disproved which seem to be, and are not, as in self-denial. But oh, foolish men, who do even curse the poor, and say both that houses and living are disgraced by poverty, confounding all things. For what is a disgrace to a house? I pray thee. It hath no couch of ivory, nor silver vessels, but all of earthenware and wood. Nay, this is the greatest glory and distinction to a house. For to be indifferent about worldly things often occasions all a man's leisure to be spent in the care of his soul. When therefore thou seest great care about outward things, then be ashamed at the great unseemliness. For the houses of them that are rich most of all want seemliness. For when thou seest tables covered with hangings, and couches inlaid with silver, much as in the theatre, much as in the display of the stage, what can be equal to this unseemliness? For what kind of house is most like the stage, and the things on the stage, the rich man's or the poor man's? Is it not quite plain that it is the rich man's? This therefore is full of unseemliness. What kind of house is most like Paul's or Abraham's? It is quite evident that it is the poor man's. This therefore is most adorned, and to be approved. And that thou mayest learn that this is above all a house's adorning, enter into the house of Zacchaeus, and learn, when Christ was on the point of entering therein, how Zacchaeus adorned it. For he did not run to his neighbours begging curtains and seats and chairs made of ivory, neither did he bring forth from his closets Laconian hangings, but he adorned it with an adorning suitable to Christ. What was this? The half of my goods I will give, he saith, to the poor, and whomsoever I have robbed, I will restore fourfold. On this wise let us too adorn our houses, that Christ may enter in unto us also. These are the fair curtains, these are wrought in heaven, they are woven there. Where these are, there is also the King of heaven. But if thou adorn it another way, thou art inviting the devil and his company. He came also into the house of the publican Matthew. What then did this man also do? He first adorned himself by his readiness, and by his leaving all and following Christ. So also Cornelius adorned his house with prayers and alms, wherefore even unto this day it shines above the very palace. For the vile state of a house is not in vessels lying in disorder, nor in an untidy bed, nor in walls covered with smoke, but in the wickedness of them that dwell therein. And Christ sheweth it, for into such a house, if the inhabitant be virtuous, he is not ashamed to enter. But into that other, though it have a golden roof, he will never enter. So that while this one is more gorgeous than the palace, receiving the Lord of all, that with its golden roof and columns is like filthy drains and sewers, for it contains the vessels of the devil. But these things we have spoken, not of those who are rich for a useful purpose, but of the grasping and covetous. For neither is there amongst these diligence nor care about the things needful,
but about pampering the belly, and drunkenness, and other like unseemliness, but with the others about self-restraint. Therefore nowhere did Christ enter into a gorgeous house, but into that of the publican and chief publican and fisherman, leaving the king's palaces and them that are clothed with soft raiment. If then thou also desirest to invite him, deck thy house with alms, with prayers, with supplications, with vigils. These are the decorations of Christ the King, but those of Mammon, the enemy of Christ. Let no one be ashamed then of a humble house, if it hath this furniture. Let no rich man pride himself on having a costly house, but let him rather hide his face, and seek after this other, forsaking that both here he may receive Christ, and there enjoy the eternal tabernacles. By the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 83. Homily 84, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 84, Matthew 26, 51 through 66. And behold, one of them which were with Jesus stretched forth his hand, and drew his sword, and struck a servant of the high priest, and smote off his ear. Then said Jesus unto him, Put up again thy sword unto his place, for all they that take the sword shall perish by the sword. Thinkest thou that I cannot pray to the Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? How then should the Scriptures be fulfilled, that thus it must be? Who was this one who cut off the ear? John saith that it was Peter, for the act was of his fervour. But this other point is worth inquiry, wherefore they were bearing swords. For that they bore them is evident not hence only, but from their saying when asked, Here are 2. But wherefore did Christ even permit them to have swords? For Luke affirms this too, that he said unto them, When I sent you without purse, and scrip, and shoes, lacked ye anything? And when they said nothing, he said unto them, But now he that hath a purse, let him take it, and a scrip, and he that hath no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one. And when they said, Here are 2 swords, he said unto them, It is enough. Wherefore then did he suffer them to have them? To assure them that he was to be betrayed. Therefore he saith unto them, Let him buy a sword. Not that they should arm themselves, far from it, but by this, indicating his being betrayed. And wherefore doth he mention a scrip also? He was teaching them henceforth to be sober and wakeful, and to use much diligence on their own part. For at the beginning he cherished them, as being inexperienced, with much putting forth of his power, but afterwards bringing them forth as young birds out of the nest, he commands them to use their own wings. Then, that they might not suppose that it was for weakness he is letting them alone, in commanding them also to work their part, he reminds them of the former things, saying, When I sent you without purse, lacked ye anything? That by both they might learn his power, both wherein he protected them, and wherein he now leaveth them to themselves by degrees. But whence were the swords there? They were come forth from the supper, and from the table. It was likely also there should be swords because of the Lamb, and that the disciples, hearing that certain were coming forth against him, took them for defence, as meaning to fight in behalf of their Master, which was of their thought only. Wherefore also Peter is rebuked for using it, and with a severe threat. For he was resisting the servant who came, warmly indeed, yet not defending himself, but doing this in behalf of his Master. Christ, however, suffered not any harm to ensue. For he healed him, and showed forth a great miracle, enough to indicate at once both his forbearance and his power, and the affection and meekness of his disciple. For then he acted from affection, now with dutifulness. For when he heard, Put up thy sword into its sheath, he obeyed straightway, and afterwards nowhere doeth this. But another saith, that they moreover asked, Shall we smite? But that he forbade it, and healed the man, and rebuked his disciple, and threatened, that he might move him to obedience. For all they that take the sword, he said, shall die with the sword. And he adds a reason, saying, Think ye that I cannot pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? But that the Scriptures might be fulfilled. By these words he quenched their anger, indicating that to the Scriptures also this seemed good. Wherefore thereto he prayed, that they might take meekly what befell him, when they had learnt that this again is done according to God's will. And by these two things he comforted them, both by the punishment of them that are plotting against him, for all they, he saith, that take the sword shall perish with the sword, and by his not undergoing these things against his will. For I can pray, he saith, to my Father. And wherefore did he not say, Think ye that I cannot destroy them all? Because he was more likely to be believed in saying what he did say, for not yet had they the right belief concerning him. And a little while before he had said, My soul is exceeding sorrowful even unto death, and, Father, let the cup pass from me. And he had appeared in an agony and sweating, and strengthened by an angel. Since then he had shown forth many tokens of human nature, he did not seem likely to speak so as to be believed, if he had said, Think ye that I cannot destroy them? Therefore he saith, What, think ye that I cannot pray to my Father? And again he speaks it humbly, in saying, He will presently give me 12 legions of angels. For if one angel slew 185 armed thousands, what need of 12 legions against 1,000 men? But he frames his language with a view to their terror and weakness, for indeed they were dead with fear. Wherefore also he brings against them the Scriptures, saying, How then shall the Scriptures be fulfilled? Alarming them by this also. For if this be approved by the Scriptures, do ye oppose and fight against them? And to his disciples he saith these things, but to the others, Are ye come out as against a thief with swords and staves for to take me? I sat daily teaching in the temple, and ye laid no hold on me. See how many things he doeth that might awaken them. He cast them to the ground, he healed the servant's ear, he threatened them with being slain. For they shall perish with the sword, he saith, who take the sword. By the healing of the ear he gave assurance of these things also. From every quarter, both from the things present and from the things to come, manifesting his power, and showing that it was not a work of their strength to seize him. Wherefore he also adds, I was daily with you, and sat teaching, and ye laid no hold on me. By this also making it manifest, that the seizure was of his permission. He passed over the miracles, and mentions the teaching, that he might not seem to boast. When I taught, ye laid no hold on me. When I held my peace, did ye come against me? I was in the temple, and no one seized me. And now do ye come upon me late and at midnight with swords and staves? What need was there of these weapons against him, who was with you always? By these things teaching them, that unless he had voluntarily yielded, not even then would they have succeeded. For neither could they, who were not able to hold him when in their hands, and who, when they had got him in the midst of them, had not prevailed, even then have succeeded, unless he had been willing. After this he solves also the difficulty why he willed it then. For this was done, he saith, that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. See how even up to the last hour, and in the very act of being betrayed, he did all things for their amendment, healing, prophesying, threatening. For he saith, they shall perish by the sword. To show that he is suffering voluntarily, he saith, I was daily with you teaching. To manifest his accordance with the Father, he adds, that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. But wherefore did they not lay hold on him in the temple? Because they would not have dared in the temple on account of the people. Wherefore also he went forth without, both by the place and by the time giving them security, and even to the last hour taking away their excuse. For he who, in order that he might obey the prophets, gave up even himself, how did he teach things contrary to them? Then all his disciples, it is said, forsook him and fled. For when he was seized, they remained, but when he had said these things to the multitudes, they fled. For thenceforth they saw that escape was no longer possible, when he was giving himself up to them voluntarily and saying, that this was done according to the Scriptures. And when these were fled, they lead him away to Caiaphas. But Peter followed, and entered in to see what the end should be. Great was the fervour of the disciple. Neither did he fly when he saw them flying, but stood his ground, and went in with him. And if John did so too, yet he was known to the high priest. And why did they lead him away there where they were all assembled? That they might do all things with consent of the chief priest. For he was then high priest, and all were waiting for Christ there, to such a degree did they spend the whole night, and give up their sleep for this object. For neither did they then eat the Passover, but watched for this other purpose. For John, when he had said that it was early, added, they entered into the judgment hall, lest they should be defiled, but that they might eat the Passover. What must we say then? That they ate it on another day, and broke the law, on account of their eager desire about this murder. For Christ would not have transgressed as to the time of the Passover, but they who were daring all things, and trampling under foot 1,000 laws. For since they were exceedingly boiling with rage, and having often attempted to seize him, had not been able, having then taken him unexpectedly, they chose even to pass by the Passover, for the sake of satiating their murderous lust. Wherefore also they were all assembled together, and it was a council of pestilent men, and they asked some questions, wishing to invest this plot with the appearance of a court of justice. For neither did their testimonies agree together, so feigned was the court of justice, and all things full of confusion and disorder. But false witnesses came and said, This fellow said, I will destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it. And indeed he had said, in 3 days. But he said not, I will destroy, but destroy, and not about that temple, but about his own body. What then doth the high priest? Willing to press him to a defence, that by that he might take him, he saith, Hearest thou not what these witness against thee? But he held his peace. For the attempts at defence were unprofitable, no man hearing. For this was a show only of a court of justice, but in truth an onset of robbers, assailing him without cause, as in a cave or on a road. Wherefore he held his peace. But the other continued, saying, I adjure thee by the living God, that thou tell us whether thou be the Christ, the Son of the living God. But he said, Thou hast said. Nevertheless I say unto you, Hereafter shall ye see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power, and coming in the clouds. Then the high priest rent his clothes, saying, He hath spoken blasphemy. And this he did to add force to the accusation, and to aggravate what he had said by the act. For since what had been said moved the hearers to fear, what they did about Stephen, stopping their ears, this high priest doth here also. And yet what kind of blasphemy was this? For indeed before he had said, when they were gathered together, The Lord said unto my Lord, Sit thou on my right hand, and interpreted the saying, and they dared say nothing, but held their peace, and from that time forth gainsayed him no more. Why then did they now call the saying a blasphemy? And wherefore also did Christ thus answer them? To take away all their excuse, because unto the last day he taught that he was Christ, and that he sitteth at the right hand of the Father, and that he will come again to judge the world, which was the language of one manifesting his full accordance with the Father. Having rent therefore his clothes, he saith, What think ye? He gives not the sentence from himself, but invites it from them, as in a case of confessed sins, and manifest blasphemy. For inasmuch as they knew that if the thing came to be inquired into, and carefully decided, it would free him from all blame, they condemn him amongst themselves, and anticipate the hearers by saying, Ye have heard the blasphemy, all but necessitating and forcing them to deliver the sentence. What then say they? He is guilty of death. That having taken him as condemned, they should thus work upon Pilate thereupon to pass sentence. In which matter those others also being accomplices say, He is guilty of death, themselves accusing, themselves judging, themselves passing sentence, themselves being everything then. But wherefore did they not bring forward the Sabbaths? Because he had often stopped their mouths, and moreover they wanted to take him and condemn him by the things then said. And the high priest anticipated them, and gave the sentence as from them, and drew them all on by rending his vestments, and having led him away as now condemned unto Pilate, thus did all. Before Pilate at any rate they said nothing of this kind, but what? If this man were not a malefactor, he would not have delivered him up unto thee, attempting to put him to death by political accusations. And wherefore did they not slay him secretly? They were desirous also to bring up an evil report against his fame, for since many had now heard him, and were admiring him, and amazed at him, therefore they endeavoured that he should be put to death publicly, and in the presence of all. But Christ hindered it not, but made full use of their wickedness for the establishment of the truth, so that his death should be manifest. And the result was the contrary to what they wished. For they wished to make a show of it, as in this way disgracing him, but he even by these very things shone forth the more. And much as they said, Let us put him to death, lest the Romans come and take away our place and nation, and after they had put him to death, this came to pass, so also here. Their object was to crucify him publicly, that they might injure his fame, and the contrary result took place. For in proof that indeed they had power to have him put to death, even amongst themselves, hear what Pilate saith, Take ye him, and judge him according to your law. But they would not, that he might seem to have been put to death as a transgressor, as an usurper, as a mover of sedition. Therefore also they crucified thieves with him. Therefore also they said, Write not that this man is King of the Jews, but that he said it. But all these things are done for the truth, so that they might not have so much as any shadow of a defence that is surely shameless. And at the sepulchre too, in the like manner, the seals and watches made the truth to be the more conspicuous, and the mockings, and the jeerings, and the revilings wrought again this selfsame effect. For such is the nature of error, it is destroyed by those things whereby it plots. Thus at least it fell out even here, for they that seem to have conquered, these most of all were put to shame, and defeated, and ruined. But he that seemed to be defeated, this man above all hath both shone forth and conquered mightily. Let us not then everywhere seek victory, nor everywhere shun defeat. There is an occasion when victory brings hurt, but defeat profit. For instance, in the case of them that are angry, he that hath been very outrageous seems to have prevailed. But this man above all is the one subdued and hurt by the most grievous passion. But he that hath endured nobly, this man hath got the better, and conquered. And while the one hath not had strength to overcome so much as his own disease, the other hath removed another man's. This hath been subdued by his own, that hath got the better even of another's passion. And so far from being burnt up, he quenched the flame of another when raised to a height. But if he had minded to gain what seems to be victory, both he himself would have been overcome. And having inflamed the other, he would have occasioned him to have suffered this more grievously. And, like women, both the one and the other would have been disgracefully and miserably overthrown by their anger. But now he that hath exercised self-control is both freed from this disgrace, and hath erected a glorious trophy over anger both in himself and in his neighbour, through his honourable defeat. Let us not then everywhere seek victory. For he that hath overreached hath conquered the person wronged, but with an evil victory, and the one that brings destruction to him that has won it. But he that is wronged, and seems to have been conquered, if he have borne it with self-command, this above all is the one that hath the crown. For often to be defeated is better, and this is the best mode of victory. For whether one overreaches, or smites, or envies, he that is defeated, and enters not into the conflict, this is he who hath the victory. And why do I speak of overreaching and envy? For he also that is dragged to martyrdom thus conquers by being bound, and beaten, and maimed, and slain. And what is in war's defeat, namely, for the combatant to fall, this with us is victory. For nowhere do we overcome by doing wrongfully, but everywhere by suffering wrongfully. Thus also doth the victory become more glorious, when we sufferers get the better of the doers. Hereby it is shown that the victory is of God. For indeed it hath an opposite nature to outward conquest, which fact is again above all an infallible sign of strength. Thus also the rocks in the sea, by being struck, break the waves. Thus also all the saints were proclaimed, and crowned, and set up their glorious trophies, winning this tranquil victory. For stir not thyself, he saith, neither weary thyself. God hath given thee this might, to conquer not by conflict, but by endurance alone. Do not oppose thyself also as he does, and thou hast conquered. Conflict not, and thou hast gained the crown. Why dost thou disgrace thyself? Allow him not to say that by conflicting thou hast got the better, but suffer him to be amazed and to marvel at thy invincible power, and to say to all that even without entering into conflict thou hast conquered. Thus also the blessed Joseph obtained a good report, everywhere by suffering wrong getting the better of them who were doing it. For his brethren and the Egyptian woman were amongst those that were plotting against him, but over all did this man prevail. For tell me not of the prison wherein this man dwelt, nor of the king's courts where she abode, but show me who it is that is conquered, who it is that is defeated, who that is in despondency, who that is in pleasure. For she, so far from being able to prevail over the righteous man, could not master so much as her own passion. But this man prevailed both over her and over that grievous disease. But if thou wilt, hear her very words, and thou shalt see the trophy. Thou broughtest in unto us here an Hebrew servant to mock us. It was not this man that mocked thee, O wretched and unhappy woman, but the devil that told thee that thou couldest breakest down the adamant. This thy husband brought not in unto thee an Hebrew servant to plot against thee, but the wicked spirit brought in that unclean lasciviousness. He it was that mocked thee. What then did Joseph? He held his peace, and thus is condemned, even as Christ is also. For all those things are types of these, and he indeed was in bonds, and she in royal courts. Yet what is this? For he was more glorious than any crowned victor, even while continuing in his bonds, but she was in a more wretched condition than any prisoner, while abiding in royal chambers. But not hence alone may one see the victory and the defeat, but by the end itself. For which accomplished his desired object? The prisoner, not the high-born lady. For he strove to keep his chastity, but she to destroy it. Which then accomplished what he desired? He who suffered wrong, or she who did the wrong? It is quite plain that it is he who suffered. Surely then this is the one who hath conquered. Knowing then these things, let us follow after this victory, which is obtained by suffering wrong. Let us flee from that which is got by doing wrong. For so shall we both live this present life in all tranquillity and great quietness, and shall attain unto the good things to come, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 84. Homily 85, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 85, Matthew 26:67 through 27:10. Then did they spit in his face, and buffeted him, and others smote him with the palms of their hands, saying, Prophesy unto us, thou Christ. Who is he that smote thee? Wherefore did they these things, when they were to put him to death? What need of this mockery? That thou mightest learn their intemperate spirit by all things, and that having taken him like a prey, they thus showed forth their intoxication, and gave full swing to their madness, making this a festival, and assaulting him with pleasure, and showing forth their murderous disposition. But admire, I pray thee, the self-command of the disciples, with what exactness they relate these things. Hereby is clearly shown their disposition to love the truth, because they relate with all truthfulness the things that seem to be opprobrious, disguising nothing, nor being ashamed thereof, but rather accounting it very great glory, as indeed it was, that the Lord of the universe should endure to suffer such things for us. This shows both his unutterable tenderness and the inexcusable wickedness of those men, who had the heart to do such things to him that was so mild and meek, and was charming them with such words, as were enough to change a lion into a lamb. For neither did he fail in any things of gentleness, nor they of insolence and cruelty, in what they did, in what they said. All which things the prophet Isaiah foretold, thus proclaiming beforehand, and by one word intimating all this insolence. For, like as many were astonished at thee, he saith, so shall thy form be held inglorious of men, and thy glory of the sons of men. For what could be equal to this insolence? On that face which the sea, when it saw it, had reverenced, from which the sun, when it beheld it on the cross, turned away his rays, they did spit, and struck it with the palms of their hands, and some upon the head, giving full swing in every way to their own madness. For indeed they inflicted the blows that are most insulting of all, buffeting, smiting with the palms of their hands, and to these blows adding the insult of spitting at him. And words again teeming with much derision did they speak, saying, Prophesy unto us, thou Christ, who is he that smote thee? Because the multitude called him a prophet. But another saith that they covered his face with his own garment, and did these things, as though they had got in the midst of them some vile and worthless fellow. And not freemen only, but slaves also were intemperate with this intemperance towards him at that time. These things let us read continually. These things let us hear aright. These things let us write in our minds. For these are our honours. In these things do I take a pride, not only in the thousands of dead which he raised, but also in the sufferings which he endured. These things Paul puts forward in every way, the cross, the death, the sufferings, the revilings, the insults, the scoffs. And now he saith, Let us go forth unto him bearing his reproach. And now, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame. Now Peter sat in the court without, and a damsel came unto him, saying, Thou also wast with Jesus of Galilee. But he denied before them all, saying, I know not what thou sayest. And when he was gone out into the porch, another maid saw him, and saith, This man also was there with Jesus of Nazareth. And again he denied with an oath. And after a while came unto him they that stood by, and said unto Peter, Surely thou also art one of them, for thy speech bewrayeth thee. Then began he to curse and to swear, I know not the man. And immediately the cock crew. And Peter remembered the words of Jesus, which said, Before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. And he went out and wept bitterly. O strange and wonderful acts! When indeed he saw his master seized only, he was so fervent as both to draw his sword and to cut off the man's ear. But when it was natural for him to be more indignant, and to be inflamed and to burn, hearing such revilings, then he becomes a denier. For who would not have been inflamed to madness by the things that were then done? Yet the disciple, overcome by fears, so far from showing indignation, even denies, and endures not the threat of a miserable and mean girl, and not once only, but a second and a third time doth he deny him. And in a short period, and not so much as before judges, for it was without, for when he had gone out into the porch they asked him, and he did not even readily come to a sense of his fall. And this Luke saith, namely, that Christ looked on him, showing that he not only denied him, but was not even brought to remembrance from within, and this though the cock had crowed, but he needed a further remembrance from his master, and his look was to him instead of a voice, so exceedingly was he full of fear. But Mark saith, that when he had once denied, then first the cock crew, but when thrice, then for the second time. For he declares more particularly the weakness of the disciple, and that he was utterly dead with fear, having learnt these things of his master himself. For he was a follower of Peter. In which respect one would most marvel at him, that so far from hiding his teacher's faults, he declared it more distinctly than the rest, on this very account, that he was his disciple. How then is what is said true, when Matthew affirms that Christ said, Verily I say unto thee, that before the cock crow thou shalt deny me thrice? And Mark declares after the third denial, that the cock crew the second time. Nay, most certainly it is both true and in harmony. For because at each crowing the cock is wont to crow both a third and a fourth time, Mark, to show that not even the sound checked him, and brought him to recollection, saith this, so that both things are true. For before the cock had finished the one crowing, he had denied a third time. And not even when reminded of his sin by Christ did he dare to weep openly, lest he should be betrayed by his tears, but he went out and wept bitterly. And when it was day, they led away Jesus from Caiaphas to Pilate. For because they were desirous to put him to death, but were not able themselves because of the feast, they lead him to the governor. But mark, I pray thee, how the act was forced on, so as to take place at the feast. For so was it typified from the first. Then Judas, which had betrayed him, when he saw that he was condemned, repented, and brought again the 30 pieces of silver. This was a charge both against him and against these men. Against him, not because he repented, but because he did so late and slowly, and became self-condemned. For that he delivered him up, he himself confessed. And against them, for that having the power to reverse it, they repented not. But mark when it is that he feels remorse. When his sin was completed, and had received an accomplishment. For the devil is like this. He suffers not those that are not watchful to see the evil before this, lest he whom he has taken should repent. At least, when Jesus was saying so many things, he was not influenced. But when his offence was completed, then repentance came upon him, and not then profitably. For to condemn it, and to throw down the pieces of silver, and not to regard the Jewish people, were all acceptable things. But to hang himself, this again was unpardonable, and a work of an evil spirit. For the devil led him out of his repentance too soon, so that he should reap no fruit from thence, and carries him off by a most disgraceful death, and one manifest to all, having persuaded him to destroy himself. But mark, I pray thee, the truth shining forth on every side, even by what the adversaries both do and suffer. For indeed even the very end of the traitor stops the mouths of them that had condemned him, and suffers them not to have so much as any shadow of an excuse. That is surely shameless. For what could they have to say, when the traitor is shown to pass such a sentence on himself? But let us see also the words, what is said. He brought again the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priest, and saith, I have sinned in that I have betrayed innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? See thou to that. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple, and departed, and went and hanged himself. For neither could he bear his conscience scourging him. But mark, I pray thee, the Jews too suffering the same things. For these men also, when they ought to have been amended by what they suffered, do not stop until they have completed their sin. For his sin had been completed, for it was a betrayal, but theirs not yet. But when they too had accomplished theirs, and had nailed him to the cross, then they also are troubled, at one time saying, Write not, This is the King of the Jews. And yet why are ye afraid? Why are ye troubled at a dead body that is nailed upon the cross? At another time they guard over him, saying, Lest his disciples steal him away, and say that he is risen again, so the last error shall be worse than the first. And yet if they do it, the thing is refuted, if it be not true. But how should they say so, which did not dare so much as to stand their ground when he was seized? And the chief of them even thrice denied him, not bearing a damsel's threat. But, as I said, the chief priests were now troubled. For that they knew the act was a transgression of the law is manifest from their saying, See thou to that. Hear, ye covetous, consider what befell him, how he at the same time lost the money, and committed the sin, and destroyed his own soul. Such is the tyranny of covetousness. He enjoyed not the money, neither the present life, nor that to come, but lost all at once, and having got a bad character even with those very men, so hanged himself. But as I said, after the act, then some see clearly. See at any rate these men too for a time not willing to have a clear perception of the fact, but saying, See thou to that, which thing of itself is a most heavy charge against them. For this is the language of men bearing witness to their daring and their transgression, but intoxicated by their passion, and not willing to forbear their satanical attempts, but senselessly wrapping themselves up in a veil of feigned ignorance. For if indeed these things had been said after the crucifixion, and his being slain, of a truth even then the saying would have had no reasonable meaning, nevertheless it would not have condemned them so much. But now having him yet in your own hands, and having power to release him, how could ye be able to say these things? For this defence would be a most heavy accusation against you. How, and in what way? Because while throwing the whole blame upon the traitor, for they say, See thou to that, being able to have set themselves free from this murder of Christ, they left the traitor, and even pressed the crime further, adding the cross to the betrayal. For what hindered them, when they said to him, See thou to that, themselves to forbear the criminal act? But now they even do the contrary, adding to it the murder, and in everything, both by what they do and by what they say, entangling themselves in inevitable ills. For indeed after these things, when Pilate left it to them, they chose the robber to be released rather than Jesus. But him that had done no wrong, but had even conferred on them so many benefits, they slew. What then did that man? When he saw that he was labouring to no profit, and that they would not consent to receive the pieces of silver, he cast them down in the temple, and went and hanged himself. And the chief priests took the pieces of silver, and said, It is not lawful for to put them into the treasury, because it is the price of blood. And they took counsel, and bought with them the potter's field to bury strangers in. Wherefore that field was called, the field of blood, unto this day. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him that was valued, and gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord appointed me. Seest thou them again self-condemned by their conscience? For because they knew that they had been buying the murder, they put them not into the treasury, but bought a field to bury strangers in. And this also became a witness against them, and a proof of their treason. For the name of the place more clearly than a trumpet proclaimed their blood guiltiness. Neither did they it at random, but having taken counsel, and in every case in like manner, so that no one should be clear of the deed, but all guilty. But these things the prophecy foretold from of old. Seest thou not the apostles only, but the prophets also declaring exactly those things which were matters of reproach, and every way proclaiming the passion, and indicating it beforehand? This was the case with the Jews, without their being conscious of it. For if they had cast it into the treasury, the thing would not have been so clearly discovered. But now having bought a piece of ground, they made it all manifest even to subsequent generations. Hear ye as many as think to do good works out of murders, and take a reward for the lives of men. These almsgivings are Judaical, or rather they are Satanical. For there are now also they, that take by violence countless things belonging to others, and think that an excuse is made for all if they cast in some 10 or 100 gold pieces. Touching whom also the prophet saith, Ye covered my altar with tears. Christ is not willing to be fed by covetousness. He accepts not this food. Why dost thou insult thy Lord, offering him unclean things? It is better to leave men to pine with hunger, than to feed them from these sources. That was the conduct of a cruel man, this of one both cruel and insolent. It is better to give nothing than to give the things of one set of persons to others. For tell me, if you saw any 2 persons, one naked, one having a garment, and then having stripped the one that had the garment, thou wert to clothe the naked, wouldest thou not have committed an injustice? It is surely plain to every one. But if when thou hast given all that thou hast taken to another, thou hast committed an injustice and not shown mercy, when thou givest not even a small portion of what thou robbest, and callest the deed alms, what manner of punishment wilt thou not undergo? For if men offering lame brutes were blamed, what favour wilt thou obtain doing things more grievous? For if the chief, making restitution to the owner himself, still doeth an injustice, and so doeth an injustice as by adding fourfold scarcely to do away the charge against himself, and this under the old covenant, he that is not stealing, but taking by violence, and not even giving to him that is robbed, but instead of him to another, nor yet giving fourfold, but not so much as the half, and moreover not living under the old dispensation, but under the new, consider how much fire he is heaping together upon his own head. And if he do not as yet suffer his punishment, for this selfsame thing I say bewail him, for he is treasuring up against himself a greater wrath, unless he repent. For what? Think ye, saith he, that they alone were sinners upon whom the tower fell down? Nay, I say unto you, but except ye repent, ye also shall suffer the same things. Let us repent then, and give alms pure from covetousness, and in great abundance. Consider that the Jews used to feed 8,000 Levites, and together with the Levites, widows also and orphans, and they bore many other public charges, and together with these things also served as soldiers. But now there are fields, and houses, and hirings of lodgings, and carriages, and muleteers, and mules, and a great array of this kind in the church on account of you, and your hardness of heart. For this store of the church ought to be with you, and your readiness of mind ought to be a revenue to her. But now 2 wrong things come to pass. Both you continue unfruitful, and God's priests do not practice their proper duties. Was it not possible for the houses and the lands to have remained in the time of the apostles? Wherefore then did they sell them and give away? Because this was a better thing. But now a fear seized our fathers, when you were so mad after worldly things, and because of your gatherings, and not dispersing abroad, lest the companies of the widows and orphans, and of the virgins, should perish of famine. Therefore were they constrained to provide these things. For it was not their wish to thrust themselves unto what was so unbecoming, but their desire was that your good will should have been a supply for them, and that they should gather their fruits from thence, and that they themselves should give heed to prayers only. But now ye have constrained them to imitate the houses of them that manage public affairs, whereby all things are turned upside down. For when both you and we are entangled in the same things, who is there to propitiate God? Therefore it is not possible for us to open our mouths, when the state of the church is no better than that of worldly men. Have ye not heard that the apostles would not consent so much as to distribute the money that was collected without any trouble? But now our bishops have gone beyond agents and stewards and hucksters in their care about these things. And when they ought to be careful and thoughtful about your souls, they are vexing themselves every day about these things, for which the innkeepers and tax gatherers and accountants and stewards are careful. These things I do not mention for naught in the way of complaint, but in order that there may be some amendment and change, in order that we may be pitied for serving a grievous servitude, in order that you may become a revenue and store for the church. But if ye are not willing, behold the poor before your eyes, as many as it is possible for us to suffice, we will not cease to feed. But those whom it is not possible, we will leave to you, that ye may not hear those words on the awful day, which shall be spoken to the unmerciful and cruel. Ye saw me an hungered, and fed me not. For together with you this inhumanity makes us laughingstocks, because leaving our prayers and our teaching and the other parts of holiness, we are fighting all our time, some with wine merchants, some with corn factors, others with them that retail other provisions. Hence come battles and strifes and daily revilings, and reproaches and jeers, and on each of the priests names are imposed more suitable for houses of secular men. When it would have been fit to take other names in the place of these, and to be named from those things, from which also the apostles ordained, from the feeding of the hungry, from the protection of the injured, from the care of strangers, from succoring them that are despitefully used, from providing for the orphans, from taking part with the widows, from presiding over the virgins. And these offices should be distributed amongst us instead of the care of the lands and houses. These are the stores of the church. These the treasures that become her, and that afford in great degree both ease to us and profit to you. Or rather to you ease with the profit. For I suppose that by the grace of God they that assemble themselves here amount to the number of 100,000. And if each bestowed one loaf to some one of the poor, all would be in plenty. But if 1 farthing only, no one would be poor. And we should not undergo so many revilings and jeers in consequence of our care about the money. For indeed the saying, "Sell thy goods, and give to the poor, and come and follow me," might be seasonably addressed to the prelates of the church with respect to the property of the church. For in any other way it is not possible to follow him as we ought, not being freed from all grosser and more worldly care. But now the priests of God attend at the vintage and harvest, and at the sale and purchase of the produce. And whereas they that served the shadow had an entire immunity from such matters, although entrusted with a more carnal service, we, who are invited to the very inmost shrines of the heavens, and who enter into the true Holy of Holies, take upon ourselves the cares of tradesmen and retail dealers. Hence great neglect of the Scriptures, and remissness in prayers, and indifference about all the other duties. For it is not possible to be split into the two things with due zeal. Where I pray and beseech you that many fountains may spring up to us from all quarters, and that your forwardness may be to us the threshing floor and the winepress. For in this way both the poor will more easily be supported, and God will be glorified, and ye will advance unto a greater degree of love to mankind, and will enjoy the good things eternal. Unto which God grant we may all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 85. Homily 86, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 86, Matthew 27:11-26. And Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, saying, Art thou the King of the Jews? And Jesus said unto him, Thou sayest. And when he was accused of the chief priests and elders, he answered nothing. Seest thou what he is first asked? Which thing most of all they were continually bringing forward in every way. For since they saw Pilate making no account of the matters of the law, they direct their accusation to the state charges. So likewise did they in the case of the apostles, ever bringing forward these things, and saying that they were going about proclaiming King, one Jesus, speaking as of a mere man, and investing them with a suspicion of usurpation. Whence it is manifest that both the rending the garment and the amazement were a pretence, and all things they got up and plied in order to bring him to death. This at any rate Pilate then asked, What then said Christ? Thou sayest. He confessed that he was a king, but a heavenly king, which elsewhere also he spake more clearly, replying to Pilate, My kingdom is not of this world. That neither they nor this man should have an excuse for accusing him of such things. And he gives a reason that cannot be gainsaid, saying, If I were of this world, my servants would fight, that I should not be delivered. For this purpose, I say, in order to refute this suspicion, he both paid tribute and commanded others to pay it. And when they would make him a king, he fled. Wherefore then did he not bring forward these things, it may be said, at that time, when accused of usurpation? Because having the proofs from his acts of his power, his meekness, his gentleness, beyond number, they were wilfully blind, and dealt unfairly, and the tribunal was corrupt. For these reasons then he replies to nothing, but holds his peace, yet answering briefly, so as not to get the reputation of arrogance from continual silence, when the high priest adjured him, when the governor asked, but in reply to their accusations he no longer saith anything, for he was not now likely to persuade them, even as the prophet declaring the selfsame thing from of old said, In his humiliation his judgment was taken away. At these things the governor marvelled, and indeed it was worthy of admiration to see him showing such great forbearance, and holding his peace, him that had countless things to say. For neither did they accuse him from knowing of any evil thing in him, but from jealousy and envy only. At least when they had set false witness, wherefore, having nothing to say, did they still urge their point. And when they saw Judas was dead, and that Pilate had washed his hands of it, why were they not pricked with remorse? For indeed he did many things even at the very time, that they might recover themselves, but by none were they amended. What then saith Pilate? Hearest thou not how many things these witness against thee? He wished that he should defend himself and be acquitted, wherefore also he said these things. But since he answered nothing, he devises another thing again. Of what nature was this? It was a custom for them to release one of the condemned, and by this means he attempted to deliver him. For if you are not willing to release him as innocent, yet as guilty pardon him for the feast's sake. Seest thou order reversed? For the petition in behalf of the condemned it was customary to be with the people, and the granting it with the rulers, but now the contrary hath come to pass, and the ruler petitions the people, and not even so do they become gentle, but grow more savage and bloodthirsty, driven to frenzy by the passion of envy. For neither had they whereof they should accuse him, and this though he was silent, but they were refuted even then by reason of the abundance of his righteous deeds. And being silent he overcame them that say 10,000 things, and are maddened. And when he was set down on the judgment seat, his wife sent unto him, saying, Have thou nothing to do with this just man, for I have suffered many things this day in a dream because of him. See what a thing takes place again, sufficient to recall them all. For together with the proof from the things done, the dream too was no small thing. And wherefore doth he not see it himself? Either because she was more worthy, or because he, if he had seen it, would not have been equally believed, or would not so much as have told it. Therefore it was ordered that the wife should see it, so that it might be manifest to all. And she doth not merely see it, but also suffers many things, that from his feeling towards his wife, the man may be made more reluctant to the murder. And the time too contributed not a little, for on the very night she saw it. But it was not safe, it may be said, for him to let him go, because they said he made himself a king. He ought then to have sought for proofs, and a conviction, and for all the things that are infallible signs of an usurpation, as for instance whether he levied forces, whether he collected money, whether he forged arms, whether he attempted any other such thing. But he is led away at random, therefore neither doth Christ acquit him of the blame, in saying, He that betrayeth me unto thee hath greater sin. So that it was from weakness that he yielded and scourged him, and delivered him up. He then was unmanly and weak, but the chief priest wicked and criminal. For since he had found out a device, namely, the law of the feast requiring him to release a condemned person, what do they contrive in opposition to that? They persuaded the multitude, it is said, that they should ask Barabbas. See how much care he taketh for them to relieve them from blame, and how much diligence they employed, so as not to leave to themselves so much as a shadow of an excuse. For which was right? To let go the acknowledged criminal, or him about whose guilt there was a question? For if in the case of acknowledged offenders it was fit there should be a liberation, much more in those of whom there was a doubt. For surely this man did not seem to them worse than acknowledged murderers. For on this account it is not merely said they had a robber, but one noted, that is, who was infamous in wickedness, who had perpetrated countless murders. But nevertheless even him did they prefer to the Saviour of the world. And neither did they reverence the season because it was holy, nor the laws of humanity, nor any other thing of the kind, but envy had once for all blinded them. And besides their own wickedness, they corrupt the people also, that for deceiving them too they might suffer the most extreme punishment. Since therefore they ask for the other, he saith, What shall I do then with the Christ? In this way desiring to put them to the blush, by giving them the power to choose, that at least out of shame they might ask for him, and the whole should be of their bountifulness. For though to say, he had not done wrong, made them more contentious, yet to require that he should be saved out of humanity, carries with it persuasion and entreaty that cannot be gainsaid. But even then they said, Crucify him. But he said, Why, what evil hath he done? But they cried out exceedingly, Let him be crucified. But he, when he saw that he profited nothing, washed his hands, saying, I am innocent. Why then didst thou deliver him up? Why didst thou not rescue him, as the centurion did Paul? For that man too was aware that he would please the Jews, and a sedition had taken place on his account, and a tumult. Nevertheless he stood firm against all. But not so this man, but he was extremely unmanly and weak, and all were corrupt together. For neither did this man stand firm against the multitude, nor the multitude against the Jews, and in every way their excuse was taken away. For they cried out exceedingly, that is, cried out the more, Let him be crucified. For they desired not only to put him to death, but also that it should be on a charge of wickedness, And though the judge was contradicting them, they continued to cry out the same thing. Seest thou how many things Christ did in order to recover them? For like as he oftentimes checked Judas, so likewise did he restrain these men too, both throughout all his gospel, and at the very time of his condemnation. For surely, when they saw the ruler and the judge washing his hands of it, and saying, I am innocent of this blood, they should have been moved to compunction, both by what was said, and by what was done, as well when they saw Judas had hanged himself, as when they saw Pilate himself entreating them to take another in the place of him. For when the accuser and traitor condemns himself, and he who gives sentence puts off from himself the guilt, and such a vision appears the very night, and even as condemned he begs him off, what kind of plea will they have? For if they were not willing that he should be innocent, yet they should not have preferred to him even a robber, one that was acknowledged to be such, and very notorious. What then did they? When they saw the judge washing his hands and saying, I am innocent, they cried out, His blood be on us and on our children. Then at length, when they had given sentence against themselves, he yielded that all should be done. See here too their great madness, for passion and wicked desire are like this. They suffer not men to see anything of what is right. For be it that ye curse yourselves, why do you draw down the curse upon your children also? Nevertheless, the lover of man, though they acted with so much madness, both against themselves and against their children, so far from confirming their sentence upon their children, confirmed it not even on them, but from the one and from the other received those that repented, and counts them worthy of good things beyond number. For indeed even Paul was of them, and the thousands that believed in Jerusalem. For thou seest it is said, Brother, how many thousands of Jews there are which believed. And if some continued in their sin, to themselves let them impute their punishment. Then released he Barabbas unto them, but Jesus, when he had scourged him, he delivered to be crucified. And wherefore did he scourge him? Either as one condemned, or willing to invest the judgment with due form, or to please them. And yet he ought to have resisted them. For indeed even before this he had said, Take ye him, and judge him according to your law. And there were many things that might have held back him and those men, the signs and the miracles, and the great patience of him who was suffering these things, and above all his untold silence. For since both by his defence of himself and by his prayers he had shown his humanity, again he showeth his exaltedness and the greatness of his nature, both by his silence, and by his contemning what is said, by all leading them on to marvel at himself. But to none of these things did they give way. For when once the reasoning powers are overwhelmed, as it were by intoxication or some wild insanity, it would be hard for the sinking soul to rise again, if it be not very noble. For it is fearful to give place to these wicked passions, wherefore it were fit in every way to ward off and repel their entering in. For when they have laid hold of the soul, and got the dominion over it, like as fire lighting upon a wood, so do they kindle the flame to a blaze. Wherefore I entreat you to do all things so as to fence off their entrance, and not by comforting yourselves with this heartless reasoning to bring in upon yourselves all wickedness, saying, What of this? What of that? For countless ills have their birth from hence. For the devil, being depraved, makes use of much craft, and exertion, and self-abasement for the ruin of men, and begins his attack on them with things of a more trifling nature. And mark it, he desired to bring Saul into superstition of witchcraft. But if he had counselled this at the beginning, the other would not have given heed. For how should he, who was even driving them out? Therefore gently and by little and little he leads him on to it. For when he had disobeyed Samuel, and did cause the burnt offering to be offered when he was not present, being blamed for it, he says, the compulsion from the enemy was too great. And when he ought to have bewailed, he felt as though he had done nothing. Again, God gave him the commands about the Amalekites, but he transgressed these too. Thence he proceeded to his crimes about David, and thus slipping easily and by little and little he stayed not, until he came unto the very pit of destruction, and cast himself in. So likewise in the case of Cain, he did not at once urge him to slay his brother, since he would not have persuaded him, but first wrought upon him to offer things more or less vile, saying, This is no sin. In the second place he kindled envy and jealousy, saying, Neither is there anything in this. Thirdly, he persuaded him to slay and to deny his murder, and did not leave him before he had put on him the crowning act of evil. Wherefore it is necessary for us to resist the beginning. For at any rate, even if the first sins stopped at themselves, not even so were it right to despise the first sins. But now they go on also to what is greater, when the mind is careless. Wherefore we ought to do all things to remove the beginnings of them. For look not now at the nature of the sin, that it is little, but that it becomes a root of great sin when neglected. For if one may say something marvellous, great sins need not so much earnestness, as such as are little and of small account. For the former the very nature of the sin causes us to abhor, but the little sins by this very thing cast us into remissness, and allow us not to rouse ourselves heartily for their removal. Wherefore also they quickly become great, while we sleep. This one may see happening in bodies also. So likewise in the instance of Judas, that great wickedness had its birth. For if it had not seemed to him a little thing to steal the money of the poor, he would not have been led on to this treachery. Unless it had seemed to the Jews a little thing to be taken captive by vainglory, they would not have run on the rock of becoming Christ's murderers. And indeed all evils we may see arise from this. For no one quickly and at once rusheth out into vices. For the soul hath, yea, it hath a shame implanted in us, and a reverence for right things. And it would not at once become so shameless as in one act to cast away everything, but slowly, and by little and little doth it perish, when it is careless. Thus also did idolatry enter in, men being honoured beyond measure, both the living and the departed. Thus also were idols worshipped. Thus too did whoredom prevail, and the other evils. And see, one man laughed unseasonably, another blamed him, a third took away the fear by saying, Nothing comes of this. For what is laughing? What can come of it? Of this is bred foolish jesting, from that filthy talking, then filthy doings. Again another being blamed for slandering his neighbours, and reviling, and calumniating, despised it, saying, Evil speaking is nothing. By this he begets hatred unspeakable, revilings without end. By the revilings blows, and by the blows oftentimes murder. From these little things then that wicked spirit thus brings in the great sins, and from the great despair, having invented this other, while not less mischievous than the former. For to sin destroys not so much as to despair. For he that hath offended, if he be vigilant, speedily by repentance amends what hath been done. But he that hath learnt to despond, and doth not repent, by reason thereof fails of this amendment, by not applying the remedies from repentance. And he hath a third grievous snare, is when he invests the sin with a show of devotion. And where hath the devil so far prevailed as to deceive to this degree? Hear, and beware of his devices. Christ by Paul commanded that a woman depart not from her husband, and not to defraud one another except by consent. But some from a love of continence forsooth, having withdrawn from their own husbands, as though they were doing something devout, have driven them to adultery. Consider now what an evil it is that they, undergoing so much toil, should be blamed as having committed the greatest injustice, and should suffer extreme punishment, and drive their husbands into the pit of destruction. Others again, abstaining from meats by a rule of fasting, have by degrees gone so far as to abhor them, which even of itself brings a very great punishment. But this comes to pass when any hold fast their own prejudices contrary to what is approved by the Scriptures. Those also among the Corinthians thought it was a part of perfection to eat of all things without distinction, even of things forbidden. But nevertheless this was not of perfection, but of the utmost lawlessness. Wherefore also Paul earnestly reproves them, and pronounces them to be worthy of extreme punishment. Others again think it a sign of piety to wear long hair, and yet this is amongst the things forbidden, and carries with it much disgrace. Again, others follow after excessive sorrow for their sins as a profitable thing. Yet it also comes of the devil's wiles, and Judas showed it. At least in consequence thereof he even hanged himself. Therefore Paul again was in fear about him that had committed fornication, lest any such thing should befall him, and persuaded the Corinthians speedily to deliver him, lest perhaps such a one should be swallowed up with overmuch sorrow. Then, indicating that such a result cometh of the snares of that wicked one, he saith, Lest Satan should get an advantage over us, for we are not ignorant of his devices, meaning that he assails us with much craft, since if he fought against us plainly and openly, the victory would be ready and easy. Or rather even now, if we be vigilant, victory will be ready. For indeed against each one of those ways God hath armed us. For to persuade us not to despise even these little things, hear what warning he gives us, saying, He that saith to his brother, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hell. And he that hath looked with unchaste eyes is a complete adulterer. And on them that laugh he pronounces a woe, and everywhere he removes the beginning and the seeds of evil, and saith we have to give an account of an idle word. Therefore also Job applied a remedy even for the thoughts of his children. But about not despairing it is said, Doth he fall and not arise? Doth he turn away and not return? And, I do not will the death of the sinner, so much as that he should turn and live. And, Today, if ye will hear his voice. And many other such things, both sayings and examples are set in the Scripture. And in order not to be ruined under the guise of godly fear, hear Paul saying, Lest perhaps such a one be swallowed up by overmuch sorrow. Knowing therefore these things, let us set for a barrier in all the ways that pervert the unwary the wisdom which is drawn from the Scriptures. Neither say, Why, what is it, if I gaze curiously at a beautiful woman? For if thou shouldest commit the adultery in the heart, soon thou wilt venture on that in flesh. Say not, Why, what is it if I should pass by this poor man? For if thou pass this man by, thou wilt also the next, if him, then the third. Neither again say, Why, what is it, if I should desire my neighbour's goods? For this caused Ahab's ruin. Although he would have paid a price, yet he took it from one unwilling. For a man ought not to buy by force, but on persuasion. But if he, who would have paid the fair price, was so punished, because he took from one unwilling, he who doeth not so much as this, and taketh by violence from the unwilling, and that when living under grace, of what punishment will he not be worthy? In order therefore that we be not punished, keeping ourselves quite pure from all violence and rapine, and guarding against the sources of sins together with the sins themselves, let us with much diligence give heed to virtue. For thus shall we also enjoy the good things eternal by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 86. Homily 87, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 87, Matthew 27, 27 through 44. Then the soldiers of the governor took Jesus into the common hall, and gathered unto him the whole band of soldiers. And they stripped him, and put on him a purple robe, and when they had plaited a crown of thorns, they put it on his head, and a reed in his right hand. And they bowed the knee before him, and mocked him, saying, Hail, King of the Jews! As though on some signal, the devil then was entering in triumph into all. For be it that Jews pining with envy and jealousy were mad against him, as to the soldiers, whence was it, and from what sort of cause? Is it not clear that it was the devil who was then entering in fury into the hearts of all? For indeed they made a pleasure of their insults against him, being a savage and ruthless set. I mean that, when they ought to have been awestruck, when they ought to have wept, which even the people did, this they did not, but, on the contrary, were despiteful and insolent, perhaps themselves also seeking to please the Jews, or it may be doing all in conformity to their own evil nature. And the insults were different and varied. For that divine head at one time they buffeted, at another they insulted with the crown of thorns, at another they smote with the reed, men unholy and accursed. What plea shall we have after this for being moved by injuries, after Christ suffered these things? For what was done was the utmost limit of insolence. For not one member, but the whole entire body throughout was made an object of insolence. The head through the crown, and the reed, and the buffeting. The face, being spit upon. The cheeks, being smitten with the palms of the hands. The whole body by the stripes, by being wrapped in the robe, and by the pretended worship. The hand by the reed, which they gave him to hold instead of a scepter. The mouth again by the offering of the vinegar. What could be more grievous than these things? What more insulting? For the things that were done go beyond all language, for as though they were afraid, lest they should seem to fall short at all in the crime, having killed the prophets with their own hands, but this man with the sentence of a judge, so they do in every deed, and make it the work of their own hands, and condemn and sentence both among themselves and before Pilate, saying, His blood be on us and on our children, and insult him, and do despite unto him themselves, binding him, leading him away, and render themselves authors of the spiteful acts done by the soldiers, and nail him to the cross, and revile him, and spit at him, and deride him. For Pilate contributed nothing in this matter, but they themselves did everything, becoming accusers, and judges, and executioners, and all. And these things are read amongst us when all meet together. For that the heathens may not say that ye display to people and nations the things that are glorious and illustrious, such as the signs and the miracles, but that ye hide these which are matters of reproach. The grace of the Spirit hath brought it to pass, that in the full festival, when men in multitude and women are present,
and all, as one may say, at the great eve of the Passover, then all these things should be read, when the whole world is present. Then are all these acts proclaimed with a clear voice. And these being read and made known to all, Christ is believed to be God, and besides all the rest, is worshipped, even because of this, that he vouchsafed to stoop so much for us, as actually to suffer these things, and to teach us all virtue. These things then let us read continually. For indeed great is the gain, great the advantage to be thence obtained. For when thou seest him, both by gestures and by deeds, mocked and worshipped with so much derision, and beaten, and suffering the utmost insults, though thou be very stone, thou wilt become softer than any wax, and wilt cast out of thy soul all haughtiness. Hear therefore also what follows. For after they had mocked him, they led him to crucify him, it is said. And when they had stripped him, they took his garments, and sat down and watched him when he should die. And they divide his garments amongst them, which sort of thing is done in the case of very vile and abject criminals, in such as have no one belonging to them, and are in utter desolation. They parted the garments, by which such great miracles were done. But they wrought none now, Christ restraining his unspeakable power. And this was no small addition of insult. For as to one base and abject, as I said, and the vilest of all men, so do they dare to do all things. To the thieves, at any rate, they did nothing of the kind, but to Christ they dare it all. And they crucified him in the midst of them, that he might share in their reputation. And they gave him gall to drink, and this to insult him, but he would not. But another saith, that having tasted it, he said, It is finished. And what meaneth, It is finished? The prophecy was fulfilled concerning him. For they gave me, it is said, gall for my meat, and for my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. But neither doth that evangelist indicate that he drank, for merely to taste differs not from not drinking, but hath one and the same signification. But nevertheless not even here doth their contumely stop, but after having stripped and crucified him, and offered him vinegar, they proceeded still further, and beholding him impaled upon the cross, they revile him, both they themselves and the passers-by. And this was more grievous than all, that on the charge of being an impostor and deceiver he suffered these things, and as a boaster, and vainly pretending what he said. Therefore they both crucified him publicly, that they might make a show of it in the sight of all, and therefore also they did it by the hands of the soldiers, that these things being perpetrated even by a public tribunal, the insult might be the greater. And yet who would not have been moved by the multitude that was following him, and lamenting him? Nay, not these wild beasts. Wherefore also he to the multitude vouchsafes an answer, but to these men not so. For after having done what they would, they endeavour also to injure his honour, fearing his resurrection. Therefore they say these things publicly, and crucified thieves with him, and wishing to prove him a deceiver, they say, Thou that destroyest the temple, and buildest it in 3 days, come down from the cross. For since on telling Pilate to remove the accusation, this was the writing, the King of the Jews, they prevailed not, but he persevered in saying, What I have written, I have written. They then endeavour by the derision of him to show that he is not a king. Wherefore they said those things, and also these. If he is the King of Israel, let him come down now from the cross. He saved others, himself he cannot save, aiming hereby to bring discredit even on his former miracles. And again, if he be Son of God, and he will have him, let him save him. O execrable, most execrable! What, were not the prophets prophets, nor the righteous men righteous, because God rescued them not out of their dangers? Nay, surely they were, though suffering these things. What then could be equal to your folly? For if the coming of the dangers upon them did not injure their honour with you, how much more in the case of this man was it wrong for you to be offended, when both by what he did, by what he said, he was ever correcting beforehand this suspicion of yours? Yet nevertheless, even when these things were said and done, they prevailed nothing, not even at the very time. At any rate he who was depraved in such great wickedness, and who had spent his whole life in murders and housebreakings, when these things were being said, then confessed him, and made mention of a kingdom, and the people bewailed him. And yet the things that were done seemed to testify the contrary in the eyes of those who knew not the mysterious dispensations. Nevertheless, truth prevailed even by the contrary things. Hearing then these things, let us arm ourselves against all rage, against all anger. Shouldest thou perceive thy heart swelling, seal thy breast, setting upon it the cross. Call to mind some one of the things that then took place, and thou wilt cast out as dust all rage by the recollection of the things that were done. Consider the words, the actions. Consider that he is Lord, and thou servant. He is suffering for thee, thou for thyself. He in behalf of them who had been benefited by him, and had crucified him. Thou in behalf of thyself. He in behalf of them who had used him despitefully. Thou oftentimes at the hands of them who have been injured. He in the sight of the whole city, or rather of the whole people of the Jews, both strangers and those of the country, before whom he spake those merciful words. But thou in the presence of few. And what was more insulting to him, that even his disciples forsook him. For those who before paid him attention had deserted him. But his enemies and foes, having got him in the midst of themselves on the cross, insulted, reviled, mocked, derided, scoffed at him, Jews and soldiers from below. From above, thieves on either side. For indeed the thieves insulted and upbraided him, both of them. How then saith Luke that one rebuked? Both things were done, for at first both upbraided him, but afterwards one did so no more. For that thou mightest not think the thing had been done by any agreement, or that the thief was not a thief, by his insolence he sheweth thee, that up on the cross he was a thief and an enemy, and at once was changed. Considering then all these things, control thyself. For what sufferest thou like what thy Lord suffered? Wast thou publicly insulted? But not like these things. Art thou mocked? Yet not thy whole body, not being thus scourged and stripped. And even if thou wast buffeted, yet not like this. And add to this, I pray thee, by whom, and wherefore, and when, and who it was. And, the most grievous matter, that these things being done, no one found fault, no one blamed what was done, but on the contrary all rather approved, and joined in mocking him, and in jeering at him, and as a boaster, impostor, and deceiver, and not able to prove in his works the things that he said,
so did they revile him. But he held his peace to all, preparing for us the most powerful incentives to long-suffering. But we, though hearing such things, are not patient so much as to servants, but we rush and kick worse than wild asses, with respect to injuries against ourselves, being savage and inhuman. But of those against God not making much account. And with respect to friends too we have the same disposition. Should any one vex us, we bear it not. Should he insult us, we are savage more than wild beast, we who are reading these things every day. A disciple betrayed him, the rest forsook him and fled. They that had been benefited by him spat at him. The servants of the high priest smote him with the palm of the hand. The soldiers buffeted him. They that passed by jeered him and reviled him. The thieves accused him. And to no man did he utter a word, but by silence overcame all, instructing thee by his actions, that the more meekly thou shalt endure, the more wilt thou prevail over them that do thee evil, and will be an object of admiration before all. For who will not admire him that endures with forbearance the insults he receives from them that are using him despitefully? For even as, though any man suffer justly, yet enduring the evil meekly, he is considered by the more part to suffer unjustly. So though one suffer unjustly, yet if he be violent, he will get the suspicion of suffering justly, and will be an object of ridicule, as being dragged captive by his anger, and losing his own nobility. For such a one we must not call so much as a free man, though he be lord over 10,000 servants. But did some person exceedingly provoke thee? And what of that? For then should self-control be shown, since when there is no one to vex, we see even the wild beasts gentle. For neither are they always savage, but when any one rouses them. And we therefore, if we are only then quiet, when there is no one provoking us, what advantage have we over them? For they are both oftentimes justly indignant, and have much excuse. For by being stirred and goaded they are roused, and besides these things they are devoid of reason, and have savageness in their nature. But whence, I pray thee, canst thou find a plea for being savage and fierce? What hardship hast thou suffered? Hast thou been robbed? For this selfsame reason shouldest thou endure it, so as to gain more amply. But wast thou deprived of character? And what is this? Thy condition is in no way worsened by this, if thou practise self-command. But if thou sufferest no grievance, whence art thou angry with him that hath done thee no harm, but hath even benefited thee? For they who honour make them that are not watchful the more vain, but they who insult and despise render those that take heed to themselves more steadfast. For the careless are more injured by being honoured than by being insulted. And the one set of persons, if we be sober, become to us authors of self-control. But the others excite our pride, they fill us with boastfulness, vainglory, folly, they make our soul the feebler. And to this fathers bear witness, who do not flatter their own children so much as they chide them, fearing lest from the praise they should receive any harm, and their teachers use the same remedy to them, so that if we are to avoid any one, it should be those that flatter us rather than those that insult us. For this bait brings greater mischief than insult to them who do not take heed, and it is more difficult to control this feeling than that. And the reward too is far more abundant from thence, and the admiration greater. For indeed it is more worthy of admiration to see a man insulted and not moved, than beaten and smitten and not falling. And how is it possible not to be moved, one may say? Hath any one insulted thee? Place the sign upon thy breast, call to mind all the things that were then done, and all is quenched. Consider not the insults only, but if also any good hath been ever done unto thee by him that hath insulted thee, and straightway thou wilt become meek, or rather consider before all things the fear of God, and soon thou wilt be mild and gentle. Together with these things, even from thine own servants take a lesson concerning these matters. And when thou seest thyself insulting, but thy servant holding his peace, consider that it is possible to practise self-control, and condemn thyself for being violent. And in the very time of offering insults learn not to insult. And thus not even when insulted wilt thou be vexed. Consider that he who is insolent is beside himself and mad, and thou wilt not feel indignant, when insulted, since the possessed strike us, and we, so far from being provoked, do rather pity them. This do thou also. Pity him that is insolent to thee, for he is held in subjection by a dreadful monster, rage, by a grievous demon, anger. Set him free as he is wrought upon by a grievous demon, and going quickly to ruin. For so great is this disease as not to need even time for the destruction of him that is seized with it. Wherefore also one said, the sway of his fury shall be his fall, by this most of all showing its tyranny, that in a short time it works great ills, and needs not to continue long with us, so that if in addition to its strength it were apt to last, it would indeed be hard to strive against. I should like to show what the man who is insulteth, what he that practises self-control, and to bring nakedly before you the soul of the one and the other. For thou shouldest see the one like a sea tossed with a tempest, but the other like a harbour free from disturbance. For it is not disturbed by these evil blasts, but puts them to rest easily. For indeed they who are insulting do everything in order to make it sting. When then they fail of that hope, even they are thenceforth at peace, and go away amended. For it is impossible that a man, who is angry, should not utterly condemn himself, even as on the other hand it is impossible for one who is not angry to be self-condemned. For though it be necessary to retaliate, it is possible to do this without anger, and it were more easy and more wise than with anger, and to have no painful feeling. For if we be willing, the good things will be from ourselves, and we shall be, with the grace of God, sufficient for our own safety and honour. For why seekest thou the glory that cometh from another? Do thou honour thyself, and no one will be able to insult thee. But if thou dishonour thyself, though all should honour thee, thou wilt not be honoured. For like as, unless we put ourselves in an evil state, no one else puts us in such a state, even so unless we insult ourselves, no one else can put us to shame. For let any man be great and worthy of admiration, and let all men call him an adulterer, a thief, a violator of tombs, a murderer, a robber, and let him be neither provoked or indignant, nor be conscious to himself of any of these crimes, what disgrace will he thence undergo? None. What then, you may say, if many have such an opinion of him? Not even so is he disgraced, but they bring shame upon themselves, by accounting one who is not such to be such. For tell me, if any one think the sun to be dark, doth he bring an ill name on that heavenly body, or on himself? Surely on himself, getting himself the character of being blind or mad. So also they that account wicked men good, and they that make the opposite error, disgrace themselves. Wherefore we ought to give the greater diligence to keep our conscience clear, and to give no handle against ourselves, nor matter for evil suspicion. But if others will be mad, even when this is our disposition, not to care very much, nor to grieve. For he that hath got the character of a wicked man, being a good man, is in no degree thereby hurt as regards his being such as he is. But he that hath been suspecting another vainly and causelessly, receives the utmost harm. As, on the other hand, the wicked man, if he be supposed to be the contrary, will gain nothing thence, but will both have a heavier judgment, and be led into greater carelessness. For he that is such and is suspected thereof, may perhaps be humbled, and acknowledge his sins. But when he escapes detection, he falls into a state past feeling. For if, while all are accusing them, offenders are hardly stirred up to compunction, when so far from accusing them, some even praise them, at what time will they who are living in vice be able to open their eyes? Hearest thou that Paul also blames for this, that the Corinthians, so far from permitting him that had been guilty of fornication to acknowledge his own sin, applauding and honouring him, did on the contrary urge him on in vice thereby. Wherefore I pray, let us leave the suspicions of the multitude, their insults and their honours, and let us be diligent about one thing only, that we be conscious to ourselves of no evil thing, nor insult our own selves. For so both here, and in the world to come, we shall enjoy much glory, unto which God grant we all may attain, by the grace and love towards men of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 87. Homily 88, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 88, Matthew 27, 45 through 61. Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the earth until the 9th hour. And about the 9th hour Jesus cried with a loud voice, and said, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani? That is to say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Some of them that stood there, when they heard that, said, This man calleth for Elias. And straightway one of them ran, and took a sponge, and filled it with vinegar, and put it on a reed, and gave him to drink. This is the sign which before he had promised to give them, when they asked it, saying, An evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given to it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas, meaning his cross, and his death, his burial, and his resurrection. And again, declaring in another way the virtue of the cross, he said, When ye have lifted up the Son of Man, then shall ye know that I am he. And what he saith is to this purport, When ye have crucified me, and think ye have overcome me, then, above all, shall ye know my might. For after the crucifixion, the city was destroyed, and the Jewish state came to an end. They fell away from their polity and their freedom. The gospel flourished. The word was spread abroad to the ends of the world, both sea and land. Both the inhabited earth and the desert perpetually proclaim its power. These things then he meaneth, and those which took place at the very time of the crucifixion. For indeed it was much more marvellous that these things should be done, when he was nailed to the cross, than when he was walking on earth. And not in this respect only was the wonder, but because from heaven also was that done which they had sought, and it was over all the world, which had never before happened, but in Egypt only, when the Passover was to be fulfilled. For indeed those events were a type of these. And observe when it took place. At midday,
that all that dwell on the earth may know it, when it was day all over the world, which was enough to convert them, not by the greatness of the miracle only, but also by its taking place in due season. For after all their insulting, and their lawless derision, this is done, when they had let go their anger, when they had ceased mocking, when they were satiated with their jeerings, and had spoken all that they were minded. Then he shows the darkness, in order that at least so, having vented their anger, they may profit by the miracle. For this was more marvellous than to come down from the cross, that being on the cross he should work these things. For whether they thought he himself had done it, they ought to have believed and to have feared; or whether not he, but the Father, yet thereby ought they to have been moved to compunction, for that darkness was a token of his anger at their crime. For that it was not an eclipse, but both wrath and indignation, is not hence alone manifest, but also by the time, for it continued 3 hours. But an eclipse takes place in one moment of time, and they know it, who have seen this. And indeed it hath taken place even in our generation. And how, you may say, did not all marvel, and account him to be God? Because the race of man was then held in a state of great carelessness and vice. And this miracle was but one, and when it had taken place, immediately passed away. And no one was concerned to inquire into the cause of it, and great was the prejudice and the habit of ungodliness. And they knew not what was the cause of that which took place, and they thought perhaps this happened so, in the way of an eclipse or some natural effect. And why dost thou marvel about them that are without, that knew nothing, neither inquired by reason of great indifference, when even those that were in Judea itself, after so many miracles, yet continued using him despitefully, although he plainly showed them that he himself wrought this thing? And for this reason even after this he speaks, that they might learn that he was still alive, and that he himself did this, and that they might become by this also more gentle. And he saith, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, that unto his last breath they might see that he honours his Father, and is no adversary of God. Wherefore also he uttered a certain cry from the prophet, even to his last hour, bearing witness to the Old Testament, and not simply a cry from the prophet, but also in Hebrew, so as to be plain and intelligible to them, and by all things he shows how he is of one mind with him that begat him. But mark herein also their wantonness, and intemperance, and folly. They thought, it is said, that it was Elias whom he called, and straightway they gave him vinegar to drink. But another came unto him, and pierced his side with a spear. What could be more lawless, what more brutal, than these men, who carried their madness to so great a length, offering insult at last even to a dead body? But mark thou, I pray thee, how he made use of their wickedness for our salvation. For after the blow the fountains of our salvation gushed forth from thence. And Jesus, when he had cried with a loud voice, yielded up the ghost. This is what he said: I have power to lay down my life, and I have power to take it again. And I lay it down of myself. So for this cause he cried with a voice, that it might be shown that the act is done by power. Mark, at any rate, saith, that Pilate marvelled if he were already dead, and that the centurion for this cause above all believed, because he died with power. This cry rent the veil, and opened the tombs, and made the house desolate. And he did this, not as offering insult to the temple, for how should he, who saith, Make not my Father's house a house of merchandise, but declaring them to be unworthy even of his abiding there, like as also when he delivered it over to the Babylonians. But not for this only were these things done, but what took place was a prophecy of the coming desolation, and of the change into the greater and higher state,
and a sign of his might. And together with these things he showed himself also by what followed after these things, by the raising of the dead. For in the instance of Elisha, one on touching a dead body rose again, but now by a voice he raised them, his body continuing up there, on the cross. And besides, those things were a type of this. For that this might be believed, therefore is that all done. And they are not merely raised, but also rocks are rent, and the earth shaken, that they might learn, that he was able to strike themselves blind, and to rend them in pieces. For he that cleft rocks asunder, and darkened the world, much more could have done these things to them, had it been his will. But he would not, but having discharged his wrath upon the elements, them it was his will to save by clemency. But they abated not their madness. Such is envy, such is jealousy, it is not easily stayed. At that time then they were impudent in setting themselves against the actual appearances, and afterwards even against the things themselves, when a seal being put upon him, and the soldiers watching him, he rose again. And they heard these things from the very guards. They even gave money, in order both to corrupt others, and to steal away the history of the resurrection. Marvel not therefore, if at this time also they were perverse, being thus altogether prepared to set themselves impudently against all things. But observe this other point, how great signs he had wrought, some from heaven, some on earth, some in the very temple, at once marking his indignation, and at the same time showing that what were unapproachable are now to be entered, and that heaven shall be opened, and the work removed to the true Holy of Holies. And they indeed said, If he be the King of Israel, let him come down now from the cross. But he shows that he is King of all the world. And whereas those men said, Thou that destroyest this temple, and buildest it in 3 days, he shows that it shall be made for ever desolate. Again they said, He saved others, himself he cannot save. But he, while abiding on the cross, proved this most abundantly on the bodies of his servants. For if for Lazarus to rise on the 4th day was a great thing, how much more for all those who had long ago fallen asleep, at once to appear alive, which was a sign of the future resurrection. For many bodies of the saints which slept arose, it is said, and went into the holy city, and appeared to many. For in order that what was done might not be accounted to be an imagination, they appear, even to many, in the city. And the centurion too then glorified God, saying, Truly this was a righteous man. And the multitudes that came together to that sight returned beating their breast. So great was the power of the crucified, that after so many mockings, and scoffs, and jeers, both the centurion was moved to compunction, and the people. And some say that there is also a martyrdom of this centurion, who after these things grew to manhood in the faith. And many women were there beholding afar off, which had followed him, ministering unto him, Mary Magdalene, and Mary the mother of James, and Joses, and the mother of Zebedee's sons. These things the women see done, these who were most inclined to feel for him, who were most of all bewailing him. And mark how great their assiduity. They had followed him, ministering to him, and were present even unto the time of the dangers. Wherefore also they saw all, how he cried, how he gave up the ghost, how the rocks were rent, and all the rest. And these first see Jesus. And the sex that was most condemned, this first enjoys the sight of the blessings, this most shows its courage. And when the disciples had fled, these were present. But who were these? His mother, for she is called mother of James, and the rest. But another evangelist saith, that many also lamented over the things that were done, and smote their breasts, which above all shows the cruelty of the Jews, for that they gloried in things for which others were lamenting, and were neither moved by pity, nor checked by fear. For indeed the things that were done were of great wrath, and were not merely signs, but signs of anger, all of them: the darkness, the cloven rocks, the veil rent in the midst, the shaking of the earth, and great was the excess of the indignation. But Joseph went and begged the body. This was Joseph, who was concealing his discipleship of late. Now, however, he had become very bold after the death of Christ. For neither was he an obscure person, nor of the unnoticed, but one of the council, and highly distinguished, from which circumstance especially one may see his courage. For he exposed himself to death, taking upon him enmity with all by his affection to Jesus, both having dared to beg the body, and not having desisted until he obtained it. But not by taking it only, nor by burying it in a costly manner, but also by laying it in his own new tomb, he showeth his love and his courage. And this was not so ordered without purpose, but so there should not be any bare suspicion, that one had risen instead of another. And there was Mary Magdalene and the other Mary sitting over against the sepulchre. For what purpose do these wait by it? As yet they knew nothing great, as was meet and high about him, wherefore also they had brought ointments, and were waiting at the tomb, so that if the madness of the Jews should relax, they might go and embrace the body. Seest thou women's courage? Seest thou their affection? Seest thou their noble spirit in money, their noble spirit even unto death? Let us men imitate the women. Let us not forsake Jesus in temptations. For they, for him, even dead spent so much and exposed their lives. But we, for again I say the same things, neither feed him when hungry, nor clothe him when naked, but seeing him begging, we pass him by. And yet if ye saw himself, every one would strip himself of all his goods. But even now it is the same. For he himself has said, I am he. Wherefore then dost thou not strip thyself of all? For indeed even now thou hearest him say, Thou doest it unto me. And there is no difference whether thou givest to this man or to him. Thou hast nothing less than these women that then fed him, but even much more. But be not perplexed. For it is not so much to have fed him appearing in his own person, which would be enough to prevail with a heart of stone, as, because of his mere word, to wait upon the poor, the maimed, him that is bent down. For in the former case, the look and the dignity of him who appears divides with thee that which is done. But here the reward is entire for thy benevolence, and there is the proof of the greater reverence towards him, when at his mere word waiting upon thy fellow servant thou refreshest him in all things. Refresh him, and believe him, who receiveth it, and saith, Thou givest to me. For unless thou hadst given to him, he would not have counted thee worthy of a kingdom. If thou hadst not turned away from him, he would not have sent thee to hell, if thou hadst overlooked a chance person. But because it is he himself that is despised, therefore great is the blame. Thus also Paul persecuted him, in persecuting them that are his. Wherefore too he said, Why persecutest thou me? Thus therefore let us feel, as bestowing on Christ himself when we bestow. For indeed his words are more sure than our sight. When therefore thou seest a poor man, remember his words, by which he declared that it is he himself who is fed. For though that which appears be not Christ, yet in this man's form Christ himself receiveth and beggeth. But art thou ashamed to hear that Christ beggeth? Rather be ashamed when thou dost not give to him begging of thee. For this is shame, this is vengeance and punishment. Since for him to beg is of his goodness, wherefore we ought even to glory therein. But for thee not to give is of thy inhumanity. But if thou believe not now, that in passing by a poor man that is a believer, thou passest by him, thou wilt believe it then, when he will bring thee into the midst and say, Inasmuch as ye did it not to these, ye did it not to me. But God forbid that we should so learn it, and grant rather that we may believe now, and bring forth fruit, and hear that most blessed voice that bringeth us into the kingdom. But perhaps some one will say, Thou art every day discoursing to us of almsgiving and humanity. Neither will I cease to speak of this. For if ye had attained to it, in the first place, not even so ought I to desist, for fear of making you the more remiss. Yet had ye attained, I might have relaxed a little. But if ye have not arrived even at the half, say not these things to me, but to yourselves. For indeed thou doest the same in blaming me, as if a little child, hearing often of the letter Alpha, and not learning it, were to blame its teacher, because he is continually and forever reminding him about it. For who from these discourses has become more forward in the giving of alms? Who has cast down his money? Who has given the half of his substance? Who the third part? No one. How then should it be other than absurd, when ye do not learn, to require us to desist from teaching? Ye ought to do the contrary. Though we were minded to desist, ye ought to stop us and to say, We have not yet learnt these things, and how is it ye have desisted from reminding us of them? If it befell any one to suffer from his eye, and I happen to be a physician, and then having covered it up and anointed it, and having applied other treatment, I had not benefited it much, and so had desisted, would he not have come to the doors of my surgery and cried out against me, accusing me of great remissness, for that I had of myself withdrawn, while the disease remained? And if on being blamed I had said in reply to these things that I had covered it up and anointed it, would he have endured it? By no means, but would immediately have said, And what is the advantage, if I still suffer pain? Reason thus also with respect to thy soul. But what if after having often fomented a hand that was lifeless and shrunk, I had not succeeded in mollifying it? Should I not have heard the same thing? And even now a hand that is shrunk and withered we bathe, and for this reason, until we can stretch it out perfectly, we will not desist. Would that you too were to discourse of nothing else, at home and at the market, at table and at night, and as a dream. For if we were always careful about these things by day, even in our dreams we should be engaged in them. What sayest thou? Am I forever speaking of almsgiving? I would wish myself that there were not great need for me to address this advice to you, but that I were to speak of the battle against the Jews, and heathens, and heretics. But when we are not yet sound, how can any one arm you for the fight? How should he lead you to the array, yet having wounds and gashes? Since if indeed I saw you thoroughly sound in health, I should lead you forth to that battle array, and ye would see by the grace of Christ 10,000s lying dead, and their heads cast one upon another. In other books, at any rate, many discourses have been spoken by us touching these things. But not even so are we able thoroughly to triumph in the victory, because of the remissness of the multitude. For when we conquer them 10,000 times over in doctrines, they reproach us with the lives of the multitude of those who join our congregations, their wounds, their diseases in their soul. How then shall we with confidence show you in the battle array, when ye rather do us mischief, being straightway wounded by our enemies, and made a mock of? For one man's hand is diseased, and shrunk so as not to be able to give away. How then should such a one hold a shield, and thrust it before him, and avoid being wounded by the jeers of cruelty? With others the feet halt, as many as go up to the theatres, and to the resorts of the harlot women. How shall these then be able to stand in the battle, and not to be wounded with the accusation of wantonness? Another suffers and is maimed in the eyes, not looking straight, but being full of lasciviousness, and assailing women's chastity, and overthrowing marriages. How then should this man be able to look in the face of the enemy, and brandish a spear, and throw his dart, being goaded on all sides with jeers? We may see also many suffering with the belly not less than the dropsical, when they are held in subjection by gluttony and drunkenness. How then shall I be able to lead forth these drunken men to war? With others the mouth is rotten. Such are the passionate, the revilers, the blasphemers. How then shall this man ever shout in battle, and achieve anything great and noble, he too being drunk with another drunkenness, and affording much laughter to the enemy? Therefore each day I go about this camp, dressing your wounds, healing your sores. But if ye ever rouse yourselves up, and become fit even to wound others, I will both teach you this art of war, and instruct you how to handle these weapons, or rather your works themselves will be weapons to you, and all men will immediately submit, if ye would become merciful, if forbearing, if mild and patient, if ye would show forth all other virtue. But if any gainsay, then we will also add the proof of what we can show on our part, bringing you forward, since now we rather are hindered, at least as to your part, in this race. And mark, we say that Christ hath done great things, having made angels of men. Then, when we are called upon to give account, and required to furnish a proof out of this flock, our mouths are stopped. For I am afraid, lest in the place of angels I bring forth swine as from a stile, and horses mad with lust. I know ye are pained, but not against you all are these things spoken, but against the guilty, or rather not even against them if they awake, but for them, since now indeed all is lost and ruined, and the church has become nothing better than a stable of oxen, and a fold for asses and camels, and I go round seeking for a sheep, and am not able to see it. So much are all kicking, like horses, and any wild asses, and they fill the place here with much dung, for like this is their discourse. And if indeed one could see the things spoken at each assemblage, by men, by women, thou wouldst see their words more unclean than that dung. Wherefore I entreat you to change this evil custom, that the church may smell of ointment. But now, while we lay up in it perfumes for the senses, the uncleanness of the mind we use no great diligence to purge out and drive away. What then is the advantage? For we do not so much disgrace the church by bringing dung into it, as we disgrace it by speaking such things one to another, about gains, about merchandise, about petty tradings, about things that are nothing to us, when there ought to be choirs of angels here, and we ought to make the church a heaven, and to know nothing else but earnest prayers, and silence with listening. This then let us do at any rate, from the present time, that we may both purify our lives, and attain unto the promised blessings, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 88. Homily 89, Commentary in the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Homily 89, Matthew 27:62 through 28:10. Now the next day, that followed the day of the preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate, saying, Sir, we remember that deceiver said, while he was yet alive, After 3 days I will rise again. Command therefore that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day, lest his disciples come and steal him away, and say to the people, He is risen from the dead. So the last error should be worse than the first. Everywhere deceit recoils upon itself, and against its will supports the truth. And observe, it was necessary for it to be believed that he died, and that he rose again, and that he was buried, and all these things are brought to pass by his enemies. See at any rate these words bearing witness to every one of these facts. We remember, these are the words, that deceiver said when he was yet alive. He was therefore now dead. After 3 days I rise again. Command therefore that the sepulchre be sealed. He was therefore buried, lest his disciples come and steal him away. So that if the sepulchre be sealed, there will be no unfair dealing, for there could not be. So then the proof of his resurrection has become incontrovertible by what ye have put forward. For because it was sealed, there was no unfair dealing. But if there was no unfair dealing, and the sepulchre was found empty, it is manifest that he is risen, plainly and incontrovertibly. Seest thou how even against their will they contend for the proof of the truth? But mark thou, I pray thee, the disciples' love of truth, how they conceal from us none of the things that are said by his enemies, though they use opprobrious language. Behold, at any rate, they even call him a deceiver, and these men are not silent about that. But these things show also their savageness, that not even at his death did they let go their anger, and these men simple and truthful disposition. But it were worth while to inquire concerning that point also, where he said, After 3 days I rise again. For one would not find this thus distinctly stated, but rather the example of Jonah, so that they understood his saying, and of their own will dealt unfairly. What then saith Pilate? Ye have a watch, make it as sure as ye can. And they made it sure, sealing the sepulchre and setting the watch. He suffers not the soldiers alone to seal, for as having learnt the things concerning Christ, he was no longer willing to cooperate with them. But in order to be rid of them, he endures this also, and saith, Do ye seal it as ye will, that ye may not have it in your power to blame others. For if the soldiers only had sealed, they might have said, although the saying would have been improbable and false, yet nevertheless, as in the rest, they cast aside shame, so in this too they might have been able to say, that the soldiers, having given up the body to be stolen, gave his disciples opportunity to feign the history concerning his resurrection. But now having themselves made it sure, they are not able to say so much as this. Seest thou how they labor for the truth against their will? For they themselves came to Pilate, themselves asked, themselves sealed, setting the watch, so as to be accusers and refuters one of another. And indeed, when should they have stolen him? On the Sabbath? And how? For it was not lawful so much as to go out. And even if they transgressed the law, how should they have dared, who were so timid, to come forth? And how could they also have been able to persuade the multitude? By saying what? By doing what? And from what sort of zeal could they have stood in behalf of the dead, expecting what recompense, what requital? Seeing him yet alive and merely seized, they had fled. And after his death were they likely to speak boldly in his behalf, unless he had risen again? And how should these things be reasonable?
For that they were neither willing nor able to feign a resurrection that did not take place is plain from hence. He discoursed to them much of a resurrection, and continually said, as indeed these very men have stated, After 3 days I rise again. If therefore he rose not again, it is quite clear that these men, having been deceived and made enemies to an entire nation for his sake, and come to be without home and without city, would have abhorred him, and would not have been willing to invest him with such glory, as having been deceived, and having fallen into the utmost dangers on his account. For that they would not even have been able, unless the resurrection had been true, to feign it, this does not so much as need reasoning. For in what were they confident? In the shrewdness of their reasonings? Nay, of all men they were the most unlearned. But in the abundance of their possessions? Nay, they had neither staff nor shoes. But in the distinction of their race? Nay, they were mean and of mean ancestors. But in the greatness of their country? Nay, they were of obscure places. But in their own numbers? Nay, they were not more than 11, and they were scattered abroad. But in their master's promises? What kind of promises? For if he were not risen again, neither would those be likely to be trusted by them. And how should they endure a frantic people? For if the chief of them endured not the speech of a woman keeping the door, and if all the rest too, on seeing him bound, were scattered abroad, how should they have thought to run to the ends of the earth, and plant a feigned tale of a resurrection? For if he stood not a woman's threat, and they not so much as the sight of bonds, how were they able to stand against kings, and rulers, and nations? Where were swords, and gridirons, and furnaces, and 10,000 deaths day by day, unless they had the benefit of the power and grace of him who rose again? Such miracles and so many were done, and none of these things did the Jews regard, but crucified him who had done them. And were they likely to believe these men at their mere word about a resurrection? These things are not, they are not so, but the might of him who rose again brought them to pass. But mark, I pray thee, their craft, how ridiculous it is. We remember, these are their words, that deceiver said, while he was yet alive, After 3 days I rise again. Yet if he were a deceiver, and boastfully uttered falsehood, why are ye afraid, and run to and fro, and use so much diligence? We are afraid, it is replied, lest perchance the disciples steal him away, and deceive the multitude. And yet this has been proved to have no probability at all. Malice, however, is a thing contentious and shameless, and attempts what is unreasonable. And they command it to be made sure for 3 days, as contending for doctrines, and being minded to prove that before that time also he was a deceiver, and they extend their malice even to his tomb. For this reason then he rose sooner, that they might not say that he spake falsely, and was stolen. For this, his rising sooner, was open to no charge, but to be later would have been full of suspicion. For indeed if he had not risen then, when they were sitting there and watching, but when they had withdrawn after the 3 days, they would have had something to say, and to speak against it, although foolishly. For this reason then he anticipated the time, for it was meet the resurrection should take place, while they were sitting by and watching. Therefore also it was fit it should take place within the 3 days, since if it had been when they were past, and the men had withdrawn, the matter would have been regarded with suspicion. Wherefore also he allowed them to seal it, as they were minded, and the soldiers sat around it. And they cared not about doing these things and working on a Sabbath day, but they looked to one object only, their own wicked purpose, as though by that they were to succeed, which was a mark of extreme folly, and of fear now greatly dismaying them. For they who seized him, when living, are afraid of him when dead. And yet if he had been a mere man, they had reason to have taken courage. But that they might learn that when living also he endured of his own will what he did endure. Behold, both a seal, a stone, and a watch, and they were not able to hold him. But there was one result only, that the burial was published, and the resurrection thereby proved. For indeed soldiers sat by it, and Jews are on the watch. But in the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn towards the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. And behold, there was a great earthquake, for an angel of the Lord descended from heaven, and came and rolled back the stone from the door of the tomb, and sat upon it. His countenance was like lightning, and his raiment white as snow. After the resurrection came the angel. Wherefore then came he, and took away the stone? Because of the women, for they themselves had seen him then in the sepulchre. Therefore that they might believe that he was risen again, they see the sepulchre void of the body. For this cause he removed the stone. For this cause also an earthquake took place, that they might be thoroughly aroused and awakened. For they were come to pour oil on him, and these things were done at night, and it is likely that some also had become drowsy. And for what intent and cause doth he say, Fear not ye? First, he delivers them from the dread, and then tells them of the resurrection. And the ye is of one showing them great honour, and indicating that extreme punishment awaits them that had dared to do what the others had dared, except they repented. For to be afraid is not for you, he means, but for them that crucified him. Having delivered them then from the fear both by his words and by his appearance, for his form he showed bright, as bearing such good tidings, he went on to say, I know that ye seek Jesus the crucified. And he is not ashamed to call him crucified, for this is the chief of the blessings. He is risen. Whence is it evident? As he said, so that if ye refuse to believe me, he would say, remember his words, and neither will ye disbelieve me. Then also another proof. Come and see the place where he lay. For this he had lifted up the stone, in order that from this too they might receive the proof. And tell his disciples that ye shall see him in Galilee. And he prepares them to bear good tidings to others, which thing most of all made them believe. And he said well, in Galilee, freeing them from troubles and dangers, so that fear should not hinder their faith. And they departed from the sepulchre with fear and joy. Why could this be? They had seen a thing amazing and beyond expectation, a tomb empty, where they had before seen him laid. Wherefore also he had led them to the sight, that they might become witnesses of both things, both of his tomb and of his resurrection. For they considered that no man could have taken him when so many soldiers were sitting by him, unless he raised up himself. For this cause also they rejoice and wonder, and receive the reward of so much continuance with him, that they should first see and gladly declare not what had been said only, but also what they had beheld. Therefore after then they had departed with fear and joy. Behold, Jesus met them, saying, All hail. But they held him by the feet, and with exceeding joy and gladness ran unto him, and received by the touch also an infallible proof and full assurance of the resurrection. And they worshipped him. What then saith he? Be not afraid. Again, he himself cast out their fear, making way for faith. But go, tell my brethren, that they go into Galilee, and there shall they see me. Mark how he himself sends good tidings to his disciples by these women, bringing to honour, as I have often said, that sex, which was most dishonoured, and to good hopes, and healing that which was diseased. Perchance some one of you would wish to be like them, to hold the feet of Jesus. Ye can even now, and not his feet and his hands only, but even lay hold on that sacred head, receiving the awful mysteries with a pure conscience. But not here only, but also in that day ye shall see him, coming with that unspeakable glory and the multitude of the angels, if ye are disposed to be humane, and ye shall hear not these words only, All hail, but also those others, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you before the foundation of the world. Be ye therefore humane, that ye may hear these things, and ye women that wear gold, who have looked on the running of these women, at last, though late, lay aside the disease of the desire for golden ornaments. So that if ye are emulous of these women, change the ornaments which ye wear, and clothe yourselves instead with almsgiving. What is the use, I pray you, of these precious stones, and of the garment spangled with gold? My soul, you say, is glad, and is pleased with these things. I asked thee the profit, but thou tellest me the hurt. For nothing is worse than being taken up with these things, and delighting in them, and being riveted to them. For more bitter is this grievous slavery, when any one finds delight even in being a slave. For in what spiritual matter will she ever be diligent, as she ought? When will she laugh to scorn, as she should, the things of this world, who thinks it a worthy matter for joy, that she hath been chained in gold? For he that continues in prison, and is pleased, will never desire to be set free, as indeed neither will this woman. But as having become a kind of captive to this wicked desire, she will not endure so much as to hear spiritual language with becoming desire and diligence, much less to engage in such work. What then is the profit of these ornaments and this luxury? I pray thee. I am pleased with them, thou sayest. Again, thou hast told of the hurt and the ruin. But I enjoy also, thou sayest, much honour from the beholders. And what is this? This is the occasion of another destruction, when thou art lifted up to haughtiness, to arrogance. Come now, since thou hast not told me of the profit, bear with me while I tell thee of the mischiefs. What then are the mischiefs resulting therefrom? Anxiety, which is greater than the pleasure. Wherefore many of the beholders, these I mean of the grosser sort, derive more pleasure from it than she who wears the gold. For thou indeed deckest thyself with anxiety, but they, without this, feast their eyes. Moreover, there are other things again, the debasing of the soul, the being looked upon with envy on all sides. For the neighbouring women, stung by it, arm themselves against their own husbands, and stir up against thee grievous wars. Together with these things, the fact that all one's leisure and anxiety are spent on this object, that one doth not apply oneself earnestly to spiritual achievements, that one is filled with haughtiness, arrogance, and vainglory, that one is riveted to the earth, and loses one's wings, and instead of an eagle, becometh a dog or a swine. For having given up looking up into heaven, and flying thither, thou bendest down to the earth like the swine, being curious about mines and caverns, and having an unmanly and base soul. But dost thou, when thou appearest, turn towards thee the eyes of them at the marketplace? Well then, for this very reason thou shouldest not wear gold, that thou mayest not become a common gazing stock, and open the mouths of many accusers. For none of those whose eyes are toward thee admire thee, but they jeer at thee, as fond of dress, as boastful, as a carnal woman. And shouldest thou enter into a church, thou goest forth without getting anything but countless leers, and revilings, and curses, not from the beholders only, but also from the prophet. For straightway Isaiah, that hath the fullest voice of all, as soon as he hath seen thee, will cry out, These things saith the Lord against the princely daughters of Sion, because they walked with a lofty neck, and with winkings of the eyes, and in their walking trailing their garments, and mincing at the same time with their feet. The Lord shall take off their bravery, and instead of a sweet smell there shall be dust, and instead of a stomacher thou shalt gird thyself with a cord. These things for thy gorgeous array. For not to them only are these words addressed, but to every woman that doeth like them. And Paul again with him stands as an accuser, telling Timothy to charge the women, not to adorn themselves with braided hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array. So that everywhere the wearing of gold is hurtful, but especially when thou art entering into a church, when thou passest through the poor. For if thou wert exceedingly anxious to bring an accusation against thyself, thou couldest not put on any other array than this visage of cruelty and inhumanity. Consider at any rate how many hungry bellies thou passest by with this array, how many naked bodies with this satanical display. How much better to feed hungry souls, than to bore through the lobes of thy ears, and to hang from them the food of countless poor for no purpose or profit. What? Is to be rich a commendation? What? Is to wear gold a praise? Though it be from honest earnings that these things are put on you, even so what thou hast done is a very heavy charge against thee. But when it is moreover from dishonesty, consider the exceeding greatness of it. But dost thou love praises and honour? Strip thyself therefore of this ridiculous clothing, and then all will admire thee. Then shalt thou enjoy both honour and pure pleasure. Since now at any rate thou art overwhelmed with jeers, working for thyself many causes of vexation arising out of these things. For should any of these things be missing, consider how many are the evils that have their birth therefrom. How many maidservants are beaten, how many men put to trouble, how many led to execution, how many cast into prison. And trials arise hence, and actions, and countless curses and accusations against the wife from the husband, against the husband from her friends, against the soul from itself. But it will not be lost. In the first place, this is not easy to secure, but even if it be kept safe constantly, yet by being kept, it occasions much anxiety and care and discomfort, and no advantage. For what kind of profit arises from hence to the house? What advantage to the woman herself who wears it? No advantage indeed, but much unseemliness, and accusation from every quarter. How wilt thou be able to kiss Christ's feet, and cling to them, when thus dressed? From this adorning he turneth away. For this cause ye vouchsafe to be born in the house of a carpenter, or rather not even in that house, but in a shed and a manger. How then wilt thou be able to behold him, not having beauty that is desirable in his eyes, not wearing the array that is lovely before him, but what is hateful? For he that cometh unto him must not deck himself out with such garments, but be clothed with virtue. Consider what after all these jewels are, nothing else than earth and ashes. Mix water with them, and they are clay. Consider and be ashamed to make clay thy master, forsaking all, and abiding by it, and carrying and bearing it about, even when thou enterest into a church, when most of all thou oughtest to flee from it. For neither for this cause was the church built, that thou shouldest display therein these riches, but spiritual riches. But thou, as though thou wert entering into a pompous procession, thus deckest thyself out on every side, imitating the women on the stage, even so dost thou carry about in profusion that ridiculous mass. Therefore I tell thee, thou comest for mischief to many, And when the congregation is dismissed, in their houses, at their tables, one may hear the more part describing these things. For they have left off saying, Thus and thus said the prophet and the apostle, and they describe the costliness of your garments, the size of your precious stones, and all the other unseemliness of them that wear these things. This makes you backward in almsgiving, and your husbands. For one of you would not readily consent to break up one of these ornaments to feed a poor man. For when thou wouldest choose even thyself to be in distress, rather than to behold these things broken to pieces, how shouldest thou feed another at the cost of them? For most women feel towards these things as to some living beings, and not less than towards their children. God forbid, thou sayest. Prove me this then, prove it by your works, as now at least I see the contrary. For whoever of those that are completely taken captive, by melting down these things, would rescue a child's soul from death. And why do I say a child's? Who hath redeemed his own soul thereby when perishing? Nay, on the contrary, the more part even set it to sale for these things every day. And should any bodily infirmity take place, they do everything. But if they see their soul depraved, they take no such pains, but are careless both about their children's soul and their own soul, in order that these things may remain to rust with time. And whilst thou art wearing jewels worth 10,000 talents, the member of Christ hath not the enjoyment of so much as of necessary food. And whereas the common Lord of all hath imparted to all alike of heaven, and of the things in heaven, and of the spiritual table, thou dost not impart to him even of perishing things, on purpose that thou mayest continue perpetually bound with these grievous chains. Hence the countless evils, hence the fornications of the men, when ye prepare them to cast off self-restraint, when ye teach them to take delight in these things with which the harlot women deck themselves. For this cause they are so quickly taken captive. For if thou hadst instructed him to look down upon these things, and to take delight in chastity, godly fear and humility, he would not have been so easily taken by the shafts of fornication. For the harlot is able to adorn herself in this way even to a greater degree than this, but with those other ornaments not so. Accustom him then to take delight in these ornaments, which he cannot see placed on the harlot. And how wilt thou bring him into this habit? If thou take off these, and put on those others, so shall both thy husband be in safety, and thou in honour, and God will be propitious to you, and all men will admire you, and ye will attain unto the good things to come, by the grace and love towards men of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might, world without end. Amen. End of Homily 89. Homily 90, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 90, Matthew 28, 11-20. Now when they were going, behold, some of the watch came into the city, and declared unto the chief priest all the things that were done. And when they had assembled with the elders, and had taken counsel, they gave large money unto the soldiers, saying, Say ye, his disciples came by night, and stole him away while we slept. And if this come to the governor's ears, we will persuade him and secure you. For the sake of these soldiers that earthquake took place, in order to dismay them, and that the testimony might come from them, which accordingly was the result. For the report was thus free from suspicion, as proceeding from the guards themselves. For of the signs some were displayed publicly to the world, others privately to those present on the spot. Publicly for the world was the darkness, privately the appearance of the angel, the earthquake. When then they came and showed it, for truth shines forth, being proclaimed by its adversaries, they again gave money, that they might say, as it is expressed, that his disciples came and stole him. How did they steal him? O most foolish of all men! For because of the clearness and conspicuousness of the truth, they are not even able to make up a falsehood. For indeed what they said was highly incredible, and the falsehood had not even speciousness. For how, I ask, did the disciples steal him, men poor and unlearned, and not venturing so much as to show themselves? What? Was not a seal put upon it? What? Were there not so many watchmen and soldiers and Jews stationed round it? What? Did not those men suspect this very thing, and take thought, and break their rest, and continue anxious about it? And wherefore moreover did they steal it? That they might feign the doctrine of the resurrection? And how should it enter into their minds to feign such a thing, men who were well content to be hidden and to live? And how could they remove the stone that was made sure? How could they have escaped the observation of so many? Nay, though they had despised death, they would not have attempted without purpose, and fruitlessly to venture in defiance of so many who were on the watch. And that moreover they were timorous, what they had done before showed clearly, at least, when they saw him seized, all rushed away from him. If then at that time they did not dare so much as to stand their ground when they saw him alive, how when he was dead could they but have feared such a number of soldiers? What? Was it to burst open a door? Was it that one should escape notice? A great stone lay upon it, needing many hands to move it. They were right in saying, so the last error shall be worse than the first, making this declaration against themselves, for that, when after so much mad conduct they ought to have repented, they rather strive to outdo their former acts, feigning absurd fictions, and as, when he was alive, they purchased his blood, so when he was dead and risen again, they again by money were striving to undermine the evidence of his resurrection. But do thou mark, I pray thee, how by their own doings they are caught everywhere. For if they had not come to Pilate, nor asked for the guard, they would have been more able to act thus impudently. But as it was, not so. For indeed, as though they were laboring to stop their own mouths, even so did they all things. For if the disciples had not strength to watch with him, and that, though upbraided by him, how could they have ventured upon these things? And wherefore did they not steal him before this, but when ye were come? For if they had been minded to do this, they would have done it when the tomb was not yet guarded on the first night, when it was to be done without danger, and in security. For it was on the Sabbath that they came, and begged of Pilate to have the watch, and kept guard. But during the first night none of these was present by the sepulchre. And what mean also the napkins that were stuck on with the myrrh? For Peter saw these lying. For if they had been disposed to steal, they would not have stolen the body naked, not because of dishonouring it only, but in order not to delay and lose time in stripping it, and not to give them that were so disposed opportunity to awake and seize them, especially when it was myrrh, a drug that adheres so to the body and cleaves to the clothes, whence it was not easy to take the clothes off the body. But they that did this needed much time, so that from this again the tale of the theft is improbable. What? Did they not know the rage of the Jews, and that they would vent their anger on them? And what profit was it at all to them, if he had not risen again? So these men, being conscious that they had made up all this tale, gave money, and said, Say ye these things, and we will persuade the governor. For they desired that the report should be published, fighting in vain against the truth. And by their endeavours to obscure it, by these even against their will they occasioned it to appear clearly. For indeed even this establishes the resurrection, the fact I mean of their saying that the disciples stole him. For this is the language of men confessing that the body was not there. When therefore they confess the body was not there, but the stealing it is shown to be false and incredible, by their watching by it, and by the seals, and by the timidity of the disciples, the proof of the resurrection even hence appears incontrovertible. Nevertheless, these shameless and audacious men, although there were so many things to stop their mouths, say ye, these are their words, and we will persuade and will secure you. Seest thou all depraved? Pilate, for he was persuaded, the soldiers, the Jewish people. But marvel not if money prevailed over soldiers, for if with his disciple it showed its might to be so great, much more with these. And this saying is commonly reported, it is said, until this day. Seest thou again the disciples' love of truth, how they are not ashamed of saying even this, that such a report prevailed against them. Then the 11 disciples went away into Galilee, and some worshipped, and some when they saw him doubted. This seems to me to be the last appearance in Galilee, when he sent them forth to baptize. And if some doubted, herein again admire their truthfulness, how they conceal not even their shortcomings up to the last day. Nevertheless, even these are assured by their sight. What then saith he unto them when he seeth them? All power is given unto me in heaven and on earth. Again, he speaketh to them more after the manner of man, for they had not yet received the Spirit, which was able to raise them on high. Go ye, make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. Giving the one charge with a view to doctrine, the other concerning commandments. And of the Jews he makes no mention, neither brings forward what had been done, nor upbraids Peter with his denial, nor any one of the others with their flight, but having put into their hands a summary of the doctrine, that expressed by the form of baptism, commands them to pour forth over the whole world. After that, because he had enjoined on them great things, to raise their courage, he says, Lo, I am with you alway, even unto the end of the world. Seest thou his own proper power again? Seest thou how those other things also were spoken for condescension? And not with those men only did he promise to be, but also with all that believe after them. For plainly the apostles were not to remain here unto the end of the world, but he speaks to the believers as to one body. For tell me not, saith he, of the difficulty of the things, for I am with you, who make all things easy. This he said to the prophets also in the Old Testament continually, as well to Jeremiah objecting his youth, as to Moses and Ezekiel shrinking from the office, I am with you. This here also to these men. And mark, I pray thee, the excellence of these, for the others, when sent to one nation, often excused themselves. But these said nothing of the sort, though sent to the world. And he reminds them also of the consummation, that he may draw them on more, and that they may look not at the present dangers only, but also at the good things to come that are without end. For the irksome things, saith he, that ye will undergo are finished together with the present life, since at least even this world itself shall come to an end. But the good things which ye shall enjoy remain immortal, as I have often told you before. Thus having invigorated and roused their minds, by the remembrance of that day, he sent them forth. For that day to them that live in good works is to be desired. Even as on the other hand, to those in sin, it is terrible as to the condemned. But let us not fear only and shudder, but let us change too, while there is opportunity, and let us rise out of our wickedness, for we can, if we be willing. For if before grace many did this, much more after grace. For what grievous things are we enjoined? To cleave mountains asunder? To fly into the air? Or to cross the Tuscan sea? By no means, but a way of life so easy is not so much as to want any instruments, but a soul and purpose only. For what instruments had these apostles, who effected such things? Did they not go about with one vestment and unshod? And they got the better of all. For what is difficult of the injunctions? Have no enemy, hate no man, speak ill of no man. Nay, the opposites of these things are the greater hardships. But he said, you reply, throw away thy money. Is this then the grievous thing? In the first place, he did not command but advised it. Yet even if it were a command, what is it grievous not to carry about burdens and unseasonable cares? But, O covetousness, all things are become money. For this cause all things are turned upside down. If anyone declares another happy, he mentions this. Should he pronounce him wretched, hence is derived the description of wretchedness. And all reckonings are made on this account, how such an one gets rich, how such an one gets poor. Should it be military service? Should it be marriage? Should it be a trade? Should it be what you will that any man takes in hand? He does not apply to what is proposed until he sees these riches are coming in rapidly upon him. After this shall we not meet together and consult how we shall drive away this pest? Shall we not regard with shame the good deeds of our fathers, of the 3,000, of the 5,000, who had all things common? What is the profit of this present life, when we do not use it for our future gain? How long do ye not enslave the mammon that has enslaved you? How long are ye slaves of money? How long have ye no love for liberty, and do not rend in pieces the bargains of covetousness? But while, if ye should have become slaves of men, you do all things, if any one should promise you liberty, yet being captives of covetousness, ye do not so much as consider how ye may be delivered from this bitter bondage. And yet the one were nothing terrible, the other is the most bitter tyranny. Consider how great a price Christ paid for us. He shed his own blood. He gave up himself. But ye, even after all this, are grown supine. And the most grievous thing of all is, that ye even take delight in the slavery. Ye luxuriate in the dishonour, and that, from which ye ought to flee, is become an object of desire to you. But since it is right not only to lament and to blame, but also to correct, let us see from what cause this passion and this evil have become an object of desire to you. Whence hath this come to be an object of desire? Because, thou sayest, it makes me to be in honour and in security. In what kind of security, I pray thee? In the confidence not to suffer hunger, nor cold, not to be harmed, not to be despised. Wilt thou then, if we promise thee this security, refrain from being rich? For if it is for this that riches are an object of desire, if it be in your power to have security without these, what need hast thou of these any more? And how is it possible, thou sayest, for one who is not rich to attain to this? Nay, how is it possible, for I say the opposite thing, if one is rich? For it is necessary to flatter many, both rulers and subjects, and to entreat countless numbers, and to be a base slave, and to be in fear and trembling, and to regard with suspicion the eyes of the envious, and to fear the tongues of false accusers, and the desires of other covetous men. But poverty is not like this, but altogether the contrary. It is a place of refuge and security, a calm harbor, a wrestling ground, and school of exercise to learn self-command, an imitation of the life of angels. Hear these things, as many as are poor, or rather also, as many as desire to be rich. It is not poverty that is the thing to be feared, but the not being willing to be poor. Account poverty to be nothing to fear, and it will not be to thee a matter for fear. For neither is this fear in the nature of the thing, but in the judgment of feeble-minded men. Or rather, I am even ashamed that I have occasion to say so much concerning poverty, to show that it is nothing to be feared. For if thou practise self-command, it is even a fountain to thee of countless blessings. And if any one were to offer thee sovereignty, and political power, and wealth, and luxury, and then having set against them poverty, were to give thee thy choice to take which thou wouldest, thou wouldest straightway seize upon poverty, if indeed thou knewest the beauty thereof. And I know that many laugh, when these things are said. But we are not troubled, but we require you to stay, and soon ye will give judgment with us. For to me poverty seems like some comely, fair, and well-favoured damsel, but covetousness like some monster-shaped woman, some Scylla or Hydra, or some other like prodigies feigned by fabulous writers. For bring not forward, I pray thee, them that accuse poverty, but them that have shown thereby. Nurtured in this, Elias was caught up in that blessed assumption. With this Elisabs shone, with this John, with this all the apostles. But with the other, Ahab, Jezebel, Gehazi, Judas, Nero, Caiaphas, were condemned. But if it please you, let us not look to those only that have been glorious in poverty, but let us observe the beauty itself of this damsel. For indeed her eye is clear and piercing, having nothing turbid in it, like the eye of covetousness, which is at one time full of anger, at another sated with pleasure, at another troubled by incontinence. But the eye of poverty is not like this, but mild, calm, looking kindly on all, meek, gentle, hating no man, shunning no man. For where there are riches, there is matter for enmity, for countless wars. The mouth again of the other is full of insults, of a certain haughtiness, of much boasting, cursing, deceit. But the mouth and the tongue of this are sound, filled with continual thanksgiving, blessing, words of gentleness, of affection, of courtesy, of praise, of commendation. And if thou wouldest see also the proportion of her members, she is of a goodly height, and far loftier than wealth. And if many flee from her, marvel not at it, for indeed so do fools from the rest of virtue. But the poor man, thou wilt say, is insulted by him that is rich. Again thou art declaring to me the praise of poverty. For who, I pray thee, is blessed, the insulter or the insulted? It is manifest that it is the insulted person. But then the one, covetousness, urges to insult the other. Poverty persuades to endure. But the poor man suffers hunger, thou wilt say. Paul also suffered hunger, and was in famine. But he has no rest. Neither had the Son of Man where to lay his head. Seest thou how far the praises of poverty have proceeded, and where it places thee, to what men it leads thee on, and how it makes thee a follower of the Lord? If it were good to have gold, Christ, who have the unutterable blessings, would have given this to his disciples. But now so far from giving it them, he forbade them to have it. Wherefore Peter also, so far from being ashamed of poverty, even glories in it, saying, Silver and gold have I none, but what I have give I thee. And who of you would not have desired to utter this saying? Nay, we all would extremely, perhaps some one may say. Then throw away thy silver, throw away thy gold. And if I throw it away, wilt thou say, Shall I receive the power of Peter? Why, what made Peter blessed? Tell me. Was it indeed to have lifted up the lame man? By no means. But the not having these riches, this procured him heaven. For of those that wrought these miracles, many fell into hell. But they, who did those good things, attained a kingdom. And this you may learn even of Peter himself. For there were two things that he said, Silver and gold have I none, and, in the name of Jesus Christ, rise up and walk. Which sort of thing then made him glorious and blessed, the raising up the lame man, or the casting away his money? And this you may learn from the master of the conflicts himself. What then doth he himself say to the rich man seeking eternal life? He said not, Raise up the lame, but Sell thy goods, and give to the poor, and come and follow me, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven. And Peter again said not, Behold, in thy name we cast out devils, although he was casting them out, but, Behold, we have forsaken all and followed thee. What shall we have? And Christ again, in answering this apostle, said not, If any man raise up the lame, but, Whosoever hath forsaken houses or lands shall receive an hundredfold in this world, and shall inherit everlasting life. Let us also then emulate this man, that we may not be confounded, but may with confidence stand at the judgment seat of Christ, that we may win him to be with us, even as he was with his disciples. For he will be with us, like as he was with them, if we are willing to follow them, and to be imitators of their life and conversation. For in consequence of these things God crowns and commends men, not requiring of thee to raise the dead, or to cure the lame. For not these things make one to be like Peter, but the casting away one's goods, for this was the apostle's achievement. But dost thou not find it possible to cast them away? In the first place I say it is possible, but I compel thee not, if thou art not willing, nor constrain thee to it. But this I entreat, to spend at least a part on the needy, and to seek for thyself nothing more than is necessary. For thus shall we both live our life here without trouble, and in security, and enjoy eternal life, unto which God grant we all may attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might, together with the Father and the Holy Ghost, now and always, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 90. End of St John Chrysostom, Homilies 65 through 90 on the Gospel of St Matthew, translated by the Reverend Sir George Prevost, M.A.